40. Good morning!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Tuesday Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is lovely to have your company. I've got such a fantastic day ahead. Look at this gorgeousness. Oh, I'm looking over there at gorgeousness. I'm looking over there at gorgeousness. I'm looking there at gorgeousness. Good to have your company. Right, let's start as we always do with our early bird. One of my faves, one of my new favourites. It is the 505 glue stick. Now, I mean, loads of us can't be without our can of 505 quilt basting spray. This is a glue stick from the same company. Now, unlike a lot of glue sticks, this one is kind of Pritt stick size, but it is fabric safe, completely washable, and can be used in all those different sort of creative ways. Things like applique, binding, putting in zips, holding up hems. Anywhere you'd use pins, you can use your 505. I also use it sometimes to hold my layers together, my wadding and backing, maybe something like a cushion or bag making. So really, really useful bit of kit. I mean, it's become quickly much beloved amongst quilters and sewers. Now, regular price is £6.99. There is a huge amount of value in there. Let's see what you're going to pay today. Come on, Ben. I love it. £1 off. It's £5.99. If you've never tried them before, this is a great day. Give it a go. If you've already used them before and you've got one on the go, you'll already know, I'm sure, that it's a brilliant, brilliant piece of kit. Now, it goes on blue. It dries clear. The blue is brilliant because you can see where you've glued. If you do things like bias tape, applique, things like stained glass or Celtic, draw your design out and then literally run a little line of glue and you can just stick your bias tape down. You can lay out the whole design and then stitch. It lasts until it washes out. So if you want to set up your block, and it might take you 10 hours of hand sewing, it's going to hold in place perfectly. No needles, no pins rather, catching on your thread. Really, really good stuff. I've got a couple of these in my studio and love them. If you want to use it for binding, sew your binding on the front as normal. Okay, then turn your binding to the back, and what I do then is run a line of glue along the quilt, just along like the raw edge, fold my binding over onto the glue to stick. I then like to go over with an iron just to make sure everything is completely dry, and then from the front stitch in the ditch of the binding and it will catch the binding on the back. So you've got a completely machine sewn binding. That saves me about 6 hours every quilt I make. Yeah, and you know, that's time I can spend making another quilt or doing some gardening or, you know, something else lovely, eating cake. Oh, stop. Now, you see, now Lent's over. I'm not going back to my old terrible ways. No puddings. No, not every night anyway. I'm being good now. I think. £1 off today. It's £5.99. That is our early bird. Absolutely loads of you with this in your baskets. Remember, it's 1p&p all day. So once you've checked out your baskets, that's your P&P. Oh, sorry, I'm pointing at my ear because my earpiece isn't. It's all crackly. It's all crackly. Thank you. Thank you. You've paid your P&P for the day, £4.95 all day, and all you need to do, if you check out again, is just combine your orders and you'll pay 1p&p. Right, let's have a look at the menu and see what's coming up. So first off, we have got our first of 2 hours with the House of Alistair. We have got some fabulous new bag patterns, including a very stylish rucksack and a gorgeous roomy beach bag. I mean, the weather for the last month, I am so beach ready. I don't know about you. Wonderful. Going to the park for picnics. There it is, made in fabulous scuba. We've got scuba fabric on the hour as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now, at 9 o'clock, we have got Katharine Wright here with the first of 2 shows. The first show concentrates on Helen Newton. Spot the deliberate mistake. There we go. These are so cool. These are brand new from Helen Newton. We've got the lemons and we have got roses. I think they make the most gorgeous, funky, modern pair of cushions. I think these are ace, and I love that black and white border. Very cool. That's at 9 o'clock. Now, at 10, Alistair is back for more House of Alistair. We have got loads of fabulous sample books. They are going to fly. They always do. So if you want to get ahead and shop on the website or through our call centre, get your orders in, and then you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Now, at 11 o'clock, it's Dena Designs, the Sundara Oasis quilt kit with Katharine Wright. And that's the quilt that's hanging behind me. This is absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. I saw the picture of it on the quilt box, and I thought, gosh, that looks lovely. Nothing prepared me for how absolutely exquisite it is in real life. And, you know, very few seams per block. It's going to be one you can make easily. Really looking forward to that one. And last of all, at 12 o'clock, my third guest of the day, we are jam-packed. It is Tracy Perks with her Candy Cosmos quilt, brand new, and also her Springtime Elegance table runner. We have got such a jam-packed day, absolutely wonderful. It's also International Dance Day. So the question I'm asking you is, what song is it that you cannot resist? When it comes on, you have to get up on your feet and start dancing. For me, Gloria Estefan, Get On Your Feet, I Am There. Or Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance With Somebody. Alistair?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay. I'm thinking all sorts. What about you? Right, anyway, Alistair, welcome. Good to have your company today. You've bought, let's start with a gorgeous bag, the Happy Chap.
So the Happy Chap backpack, which is a really, really cool backpack. Now, with this one, the only hardware you need is at the front.
Fab.
So the whole back of this is done in a very, very clever way. The way that you sew this.
Yep.
So that it actually comes over, and then that forms your actual straps.
Yep.
So when you actually open the bag up, you don't actually need... So it's not one of these bags where you have a huge amount of hardware on the back so that you have to adjust. So you can get inside your bag, you can fill it up, and then when you fold it back over, then that becomes your straps. You've also got a nice little hang tidy at the back there.
Great.
So yeah, it's a very, very simple bag. Now this one has been engineered so that you literally, for the outer and the inside, all you actually need is, you would need 4 fat quarters. You'll need a little bit of extra just for your flap. But that's all that it will take to make one of these.
Amazing. Or you can do it in yardage, as you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it. Now, we've got 3 kits. We've also got the pattern on its own. We're going to start with the Technicolor Happy Chap. So I'll move that to one side. Would you mind grabbing the kit, please, Alistair? Thank you. Oh, good morning, by the way, to Claire, to Delia, to Anne. She says, I'm looking very tanned. It's fake. Well, I did spend a bit of time in the garden, but mostly it's Saint-Tropez. It is. And Steph, morning, Stuart. Lovely shirt. Looks really cool. Thank you. No, I always say that because I don't lie in the sun because it's bad for your skin. But I do like a tan.
Well, I don't actually tan. I stay this milk bottle white, then I go bright red. peel, and then go back
And then
to
back
white.
to white. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, let's do the Technicolor. So everything you need is here. You've got a couple of brass rings there. Those are for your closure. You've got your handle and your shoulder straps. You've got your lining. This is the main star, though. Look at that. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, so this is your outer fabric. So you're getting 1/2 metre, so you've got more than enough. So you'll have fabric left with all our kits.
Love that. Love that. Is that like kind of Guatemalan or?
Well, I'm sort of more sort of like calling it Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat. So that's the so it's given off Andrew Lloyd Webber vibes.
It's really yummy. It's
But
gorgeous.
yeah, it's really, really cool. I mean, for instance, if you do, you're quite right. If you do go to a lot of sort of markets and things like that, you will find souvenirs and things like that in this sort of tribal-esque.
Yeah. I'm
fabric.
thinking anyone who's going to a music festival or kind of party in the park, that kind of thing, the Happy Chap backpack would be brilliant for taking sort of day supplies, drinks, snacks.
Yeah, and it's a really easy, it really is an easy bag to make. And for instance, I know that you will ask me about my angel policy. If you do make these, and once you buy the kit, you've got the patterns. So if you do make a load of these, and you wanted to give them to friends, or you've got a little market store in the summer and you wanted to sell these, knock yourself out.
That's all cool. Excellent. So there's your angel policy you can make and sell. Absolutely love the Technicolor Happy Chap. Fabulous. So everything you need there. Do you need anything like wadding or interfacing?
No, it's entirely up to you. If you wanted to have a more slightly more structured bag, so if you wanted something that's going to be slightly heavier and you wanted to interface the back of the Technicolor, then that's entirely up to you. But this is a soft
Gotcha.
backpack.
Perfect. Lovely. Derek's messaged in. He says, "Good morning, Stuart. Oh, good morning, gents. Loving this backpack. Been looking for a backpack pattern for a new music case for ages." We found the one.
It's a really, really cool one, Derek. And once you've got the pattern, you will make this time and time again. It does have very clear instructions how to cleverly do that closure on the back. And it is really simple. Once you get the principle, it's all about sewing your straps onto the back. But it really is really, really simple.
Cool. Could you reach the other one, please? So next up, we've got denim. Really classy combination, this. You've got the dark denim for your outer bag. You've got some seersucker.
Yeah, so you've got 100% cotton seersucker. So this one is all 100% cotton. And again, now with denim, you can be really creative. So for instance, if you've got some old badges, perhaps you've got an old scout shirt and you're thinking, I really like the old-fashioned badges, and you wanted
I've
to
still
put
got my
them on there.
100 metres swimming badge. I could unpick that from my shorts.
Did you get your diving badge?
No.
No?
No, I was terrible in the pool. I'm a sinker, not a floater, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Yeah, well, apparently you're one or the other. Physically, in water, you either sink or float, and people are, and I'm afraid I'm a sinker.
Well, my dad's technique was literally to hold us over the edge of the pool and just drop us in. And it was literally, that is how we learnt to swim. But we come from an island, so you had to swim, and you had to learn how to swim in the sea, a very cold Scottish sea, because we went out fishing. So, for instance, if your boat capsized, you need to be able to
Well,
strongly
true
swim
enough.
to the shore.
Absolutely, it's a life skill. So you've got your, so this is for your closure, and then these are for your back straps. Really loving that rainbow finish. That is brilliant.
Yeah, and these webbings, so this webbing is 100% cotton. This one is 50-50, so this is 50% cotton, 50% acrylic. And this will give you extra strength onto
Very
there.
hard wearing.
And also, don't just think, for instance, if you just wanted the combination of the fabrics and you had in mind to make something else out of this, but then you've got the pattern to then come back to and make something else.
Yeah, love it. I think I would be inspired by this and use maybe like a rainbow variegated thread for all my top stitching. Nice, you get your pattern, of course, as well with that. So that's our second kit. And then our third one, we've gone very butch, very butch. This is the camo.
Well,
Really like that. Oh,
You
that's
could have
gorgeous.
some G.I. Janes as well.
I'm going to show you this. So look at that.
So this is your camo version, and again, there's 100% cotton.
This is really sturdy.
Yeah, and the way the thing, sometimes camo patterns can be sort of like they're either really bright green. This one I like because you've got the stark white. But again, camo, real old favourite, and
Yeah.
it'd be great to do that. For instance, you could embellish those. You could add some beads around the actual camo section.
Would you still stay camouflaged if you'd got sparkly beads?
Well, to be honest, I mean, you just need to walk around Soho. I mean, half the people there are wearing camo, but they're not exactly discreet. But in
Love
London,
that.
anything goes, which is fantastic.
You've got that gorgeous bottle green.
Yeah.
You've got your straps. And you've got your pattern as well, £27.99. Really good price on all of these. Now, be careful with the camo in particular. Pretty low stocks, teens left, in fact. So if you want the camo, do be quick. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, I've got a physical pattern.
So the pattern itself, if you want to do a comparative, the pattern itself is £7.99. So the kit, you're getting all that hardware. Now, our webbing usually sells for about £3.30 per metre. So if you actually work that out, so you're getting over 4 metres of webbing inside the kit as well.
Amazing.
So it is a really good value kit.
Yeah, definitely. But if you've already got fabric and you just want a pattern to use it and you've fallen in love with the Happy Chap backpack, it's a great kit pattern, isn't it? Really versatile, and you can get it £7.99. That is a bargain price. Absolutely fantastic. Now, you can also make it very kind of feminine and girly.
Yep, so as I said in the break, you can pimp yours up if you wanted to. So for instance, this is just some lace that I've had knocking around. And the great thing about lace is when you actually use some very sharp snips, you can actually cut the actual lace out.
Like that.
So for instance, if you've got an old tablecloth or something that, for instance, perhaps is a little bit soiled on one side. For instance, it might have been in a drawer and it's got candle wax or whatever it's got on it. You can then reuse it. If you go to a local charity shop, you might be able to pick up some doilies, that type of thing.
Actually, there's a lot on the internet at the moment, isn't there, about using embroidered tablecloths and the like for clothing, bag making as well. Really nice idea.
The concept of all of that is really, really great, and the premise behind it, just because these things will stay in. I've got a drawer which is full of some of my grand's hand embroidered, but my grandma's a crocheter as well, and I've got all these things, but they're locked away. They're not actually out on show.
Being used.
No, and I wouldn't personally cut that one up to make something, because I wouldn't wear it myself, but it's a great way of fashioning things. Now, what I've actually done here as well, just to keep this on, I've actually used the repair and bond, and I've used a silicone sheet over the top. You can use bacon parchment, you don't have to have anything posh, and I put that over there, and you can see that that's adhered the lace to the actual denim. I've just fussy cutted around here, but I've also hand stitched this around the edge, just because with a little bit of wear and tear, you don't want the actual lace to start
Lifting.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good. So that was repair and bond.
So repair and bond underneath, and that
Great.
just shows you that it will go transparent. I've used the white one on here.
We've got that in the second hour, by the way, if
Yeah.
you want to get yourself some. We'll look at it in the second hour, but you can shop now.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Morning to Donna, morning Carol. We've got a few suggestions of what we like to dance to. Annie says Dancing Queen by ABBA. Good choice. That's a good, solid choice. Steph says Más que Nada by Sergio Mendes. I will look that one up. Could be my new song. Now, we've
I've
also
just
got
had
the
a flashback
beach
to a
bag.
few years ago
Go
when
on.
a load of drag queens got me up on stage to sing Macarena,
Oh,
and that was, by El Ketchup. That was, more than chaotic.
so next up, we've got the beach bag. This is voluminous, loads and loads of space. Really love the closure on that. That's very clever with
Yeah.
the rope.
So the actual closure itself, so we are going to demonstrate this. to actually construct putting your actual loops on, because everyone thinks, well, okay, then I have to turn it through, then I have to top sew, then I have to do this, that, and the other, but it's not. You actually put the lining inside, but we'll show you how to actually do that. It's a very, very clever way, because you're actually just essentially folding the rim over itself.
Cool.
And then you're creating this detail on the top.
It's a great bag.
It's a really, really simple beach bag to make. We've called it a beach bag, but this could be your kit bag. It could be the bag that when you take the kids or grandkids swimming.
Yeah.
It could be a baby changing
Laundry
one.
bag
Yeah,
too.
it could be loads of different things. So this is a cotton version, and what I've done is I've also made a scuba version.
Yes.
Because we've got loads of scubas on here, and a scuba is a really tactile fabric. So this is the lightweight grey scuba that we've got on the show.
Yeah.
And again,
Really
we've
like
just
those
used
handles.
yeah, we just used a little remnant of the fabric left over, and that creates the. What this will do, it just means that, for instance, some people like to put a lot of hand cream on, or you might be out and about where you can't just actively wash your hands. So this just protects the lovely cotton.
I love
rope.
that cotton rope. It is gorgeous. We've got that on the show too. Let me give you the details for the pattern. This is the giant beach bag from House of Alistair. Again, very good value there. $7.99 for the pattern. This is going to be another one you're going to make again and again. Everyone will want a beach bag, but then you'll also make this in different fabrics for different uses.
Yeah, no, just a little, so we haven't got this actually on the information, but in actual fact, this pattern, you're getting 2 patterns.
Okay, tell me more.
So inside here, you're getting a pattern to do the classic striped one, which tells you how to do the paneling, but you're also getting the pattern and dimensions to make a solid one, which would be sort of the one that I've got here, the scuba. So
Brill.
if you wanted to create out of one piece of fabric, you've got the pattern for that, but if you wanted to do it in strips and sections,
Yes.
it also gives you the pattern for that, so you're getting 2
Well, I like the
variants.
thought of the panel through the centre, because you could put things like machine embroidery there, couldn't you? Or decorative stitches, or even some patchwork.
Yeah.
Lovely,
Or
really
if you're
lovely.
really, really clever, what you can do is you can make one of those into a giant pocket at the front, because obviously there's things that you might need in the beach bag right at the front.
Great. Now, of course, you will need that gorgeous rope. Let me grab it. We've got that gorgeous rope. I need some of this. This is making me think of bag making. Bag making, and also, you know, it's got a lovely thickness to it. I love those bags that have, you know, like a big brass eyelet and a big knot. You know what I mean? That kind of classic beach bag look. Now, this is $3.99 per metre. I've never seen rope so soft, but also so thick. This is really like perfect for bag handles.
Yeah, no, when people look at this, you think, oh, that's going to, how am I going to sew this? In actual fact, it's really, really tactile. So it's a very loose braid. But again, it's 100% cotton, and it's in this unbleached calico. But it's really, really versatile.
Can you dye these?
You can dye it, it's 100% cotton. So for instance, what you can do if you wanted some very quick makes for Easter or for Christmas, you can, what I do before I cut it is I put some sticky tape around, and then I cut through the sticky tape. If you create a small section and get your glue gun out, and you actually glue these 2 ends together, you're making a mini wreath. And then what you can do is you can then put some ribbon around there, you can make some felt foliage, all sorts of things, and then you've got little Christmas decorations as well.
Gorgeous,
So
yeah.
never throw, even if you've got a length that wide, never throw it away, because you can connect them.
Yeah.
You could even make a new bag loop. There's all sorts of different
Oh,
things.
yeah, absolutely.
You can
And
use this
also-
if you're doing a halter neck on a dress.
Yeah.
You can use that as the actual closure around the neck. It's very, very tactile. It's not going to look like, oh, I've got a load of, you know, rock climbers rope around my neck.
Sure.
This is a really plush designer rope.
I think it looks great. It's absolutely flying out. This is such a useful addition to your, I think, particularly bag making stash.
Yeah.
Because you could make some gorgeous, you could do plaited handles as well. I don't have enough to do a plait of 3, but you know, well, can actually. Look, this sort of, can you imagine if you plaited that for a really sturdy handle, curtain tie backs, very nice, very nautique. navy,
wanted
white,
to
little
juice
pop of
up
red.
your linens, you can do a similar sort of plait like this, and then you can turn it into a belt. There's
Yeah.
all sorts of different things. And then because
yeah.
the plait, you're not actually putting it in place. If you unravel it, you can use it for something else.
Sure.
Just to prove the point, inside here, which I've actually covered over with the scrap of scuba, I've actually layered the two pieces of rope over. And what I've done is I've been able to actually get my machine. And what I've done on this one, I wouldn't suggest you put your foot on the pedal. What I do is I hand crank it, just so that I'm delicately gliding the needle in, because you don't want to snap the needle, because with a double layer it will be thick, but your machine will go through that. It's
hand
just
crank,
a little
yeah.
bit of patience.
Yeah, there, good choice. Yeah, I think it's great. It's really lovely. Just be careful because our stocks are dwindling. You brought good stocks, Alistair, but it's absolutely flying out. You're loving this. This is a takeaway for every single viewer, I think. Now, in terms of how much to stash, I've got a figure in my head of how much I would stash of this, and it would be 3 to 5 meters. Because for one bag, you're probably going to be using 1.5 to 2 meters.
Yeah, so our beach
for one
bag we suggest is 1.5 meters per bag. And that might sound like not so much, but in actual fact, because of the depth of your bag, you don't want the handles being so long, because you're going to end up with a bag that's dangling around your knees, whereas here it sits just up there. And when you're on holiday, you want to be able to get access into it, but you don't want everybody around you to get access into it.
Absolutely not.
And also, if you have two bigger handles, it just becomes really, really messy. But there's enough room. When you saw yourself, when you opened it up, you can literally just rummage around there and get in there.
Could you use this, Alistair, when you were making the Happy Chap? Could you do rope?
Yeah, you could, alternatively, if you wanted to change it up and you wanted to embed the rope into that seam there, then you can do that. And then if you wanted to just place eyelets around there and do your knot idea.
Oh, the eyelet. Can you imagine? Yes, a brass eyelet, and then a brass eyelet here, and then this coming through, and then a big chunky knot kind of there. Oh, yes, please.
This also, because this is a really lovely open weave cotton. Now, this doesn't have, some ropes will have a central braid inside, and then the outer is woven over the top. This doesn't. This is 100% cotton. So if you tied the knot and you frayed it, it will produce a lovely tassel. Ooh. So it is a really beautiful, beautiful rope.
I'm being told we need to crack on because we've got a lot to get through. Calico next. Now, your calico is amazing. Alistair, if you grab one side, what width is this?
This is 236 or 38 wide. And again, this is extra, extra, extra wide. This is a metre. So this is a metre in depth. Yep. And then this is 238, I believe, going across.
Amazing.
So it's
that is
really,
incredible.
really big. Now, this is a medium weight calico. Yes. This is what I use constantly all the time. I've constantly told people, make sure that people go, why calico? Calico is the most versatile. In fact, calico is the fabric you need to, regardless of any other fabric in any workroom, calico is a fabric which is a staple. Everybody needs to use calico. In the fashion industry, where especially in the couture industry or when I'm doing film costume, we use this in collar and cuffs. We never use a glue fusing.
So you use it as an interfacing?
In interfacing. Bridal wear, we use this in corsets. It's so tactile and versatile.
Would you use this for toiles?
Yeah, so a toile is a posh word for like a prototype, if you like. But what that actually does as well is that when you've got so for instance, if you're unsure of a pattern, the biggest mistake a lot of people make when they're dressmaking, especially when they buy a commercial pattern, every single design house is different. The language is different. They tell you to do steps which I personally wouldn't do it in that order. However, when you're doing that and you're trying to get a fit, if you don't have a friend that can come round who has a knowledge of sewing and can actually tweak it and do what have you, then literally this means you can draw straight on it. You can then transfer those markings onto the actual tissue pattern, and then you can create correct it.
Really useful stuff. And I've never seen calico this wide. 238,
I believe it is.
centimetres wide. So over almost 2.5 metres wide by 1 metre in depth, $12.99. I'm thinking as well, pre-wash it, but consider using this to back quilts, because actually 2 meters of this would back and basically a sort of 75-inch by 190-inch quilt. Queen size quilt.
And also, if you're doing
2 meters,
if you're doing, say,
that's huge.
you know this technically better than I do, but if you're doing a white work quilt, I call it a white work quilt, where the top is completely, and it's all about the stitching.
Like whole cloth,
So, for instance, if you're doing that and actually teaming it up with the cream calico on the back, I think that combination really is lovely. In all of our craft projects, I use calico to line pretty much everything and anything. But again, there is a real use for this as well. So, for instance,
my lovely folding.
When you are doing, I wouldn't
gorgeous,
get you a job
isn't it?
I wouldn't get you a job in a hotel. But literally, if you put this over your table and you're a dressmaker, this is going to save you so much time, because when you're putting your slippier fabrics, this acts like an abrasion, so it actually keeps your pattern pieces wet. Now, the other thing as well, when you're pattern cutting, people make the mistake, I'm going to cut out both layers. The one rule that you sort of really need to adhere to, mainly when you're pattern matching, if it's a solid fabric, you don't need to do this as much. However, when you cut the top layer off, you remove what you've cut round and you fold it over, and then you cut the bottom layer. It means you can check that you've got everything as it should be on the under layer. Even though you might spend all that time getting the selvages really, really neat and everything like that, cut the top layer, then the second layer. So
I love your tip actually of actually kind of covering your table with calico. Most of us, 1 metre of this would be enough to cover the, say, dining room table. You could maybe use some big bulldog clips or something like that just to hold it at the sides, and there's your cutting table ready to go. $12.99 a metre. It is super wide. 1 metre is huge. It's flying out. Right, we need to crack on because you've got a little demo for us, haven't you?
So we're going to demonstrate the beach bag.
Great. And then we've got scuba fabrics, which I'm very excited about. Actually, some of the scuba fabrics have already sold out. So if you've a mind to get yourself some scuba, we're not making wetsuits. We're talking bags, we're talking dresses, we're talking amazing. It's scuba, but not as you know it.
Scuba is really, really versatile, and a beach bag is the perfect one. So the one that I'm using here...
This is scuba, right?
Yeah, so this is, we've got this, and so this is called Tropical. So to start off with, you get all the dimensions and what you need in the actual pattern itself. So with this, I've cut my outer and my outer sections, and all I'm going to do, I'm just going to whip that off, and I'm going to put right sides together. And the first thing we're going to, now this step, you don't really have to do this, although it does create a nice detailing. And I'll just show you on the actual
Let me grab
bag.
it. I'll grab it.
You've got it?
The scuba one.
Either or, really.
Yep. I'll give you them.
So this one you can see here, what I've done to add a bit of extra lovely detailing is on the side seams, rather than having the side seam showing, what I've done is I've covered it with some nice cotton tape. And that just gives it an extra little bit of a fancy detail on either side.
Kind of adds the beach vibe to it as well, doesn't it?
So to do that side, I'm going to stitch down the two slightly shorter sides. So I'll quickly do that. And it does come together really, really quickly. And then
what sort of seam allowance are you using?
So I always use a centimetre seam allowance. But to be honest, the one rule of thumb that I always have, people get really caught up about seam allowance sometimes, and as long as every machinist in the commercial industry, in fashion, every machinist is slightly different. That's why when you go in and try on a medium, don't just try on one medium. If it's slightly a bit too tight, try a different medium on.
I think a medium would be fairly tight on me, to be fair, Alistair.
Well, but, okay, well, if you were to try a large on and you were thinking it's a bit tight over the shoulder, then you could try another one on, because in actual fact, the difference a few millimetres from one machinist to another. So as long as, because you're the one that, by your eye, you're the one that works with your own seam allowance. So I'm going to do two different methods here. So I'm going to do one where I'm going to use a cotton tape, and the other one I'm actually just going to top stitch down the top. So we'll just do the simple.
Now, Angeline, just having trouble getting things into her basket, shopping basket. I would say, Angeline, try our call centre. If you're having trouble checking out at all, give them a call, 0800 001 4433. Simone's having some issues as well, so we will alert our IT team. Thanks for letting us know. But in the meantime, if you go to our call centre, Ben, our producer's making the call as we speak. Sorry about that. It's the last thing you want when there's something gorgeous to go into your basket.
Right, so I'll just replace that there.
So you sew your side seam.
So we're sewing the sides here. What I'll do in the break, I'll change the thread, because I think I've got two different threads going on here.
Okay.
What's happening here?
Do you want me to rethread it for you while you show us what you've done?
Well, I need to.
That.
I just need to. I'm just going to go down here. Anyway, it seems to be behaving itself. Okay. So you've got one side seam already done. So then all I'm going to do, now you can do this by eye, or you can essentially do it in, you can do it by...
Pressure seams open, or...?
Yeah, what you can do with the cotton tape, what you can do is you can actually iron and fold it over.
Yeah.
Now, a little tip here. When you're folding it over, I mean, you can finger press it as well if you wanted to. When you've got it folded, put this section here, so the one that's actually...
Can I just get you to move over a little bit into the middle? That's perfect.
So once you've folded this over, when you get it like this, and you've got the envelopes that come up in a V, put that into the work there.
Yeah.
And what that does is it will nestle inside the seam.
What a good tip. I like
And
that.
then what it will do is it will give you the central point in which you can actually sew. Because if you then placed it that way round, it's going up like a house, like a roof. So you want it to actually just sit inside the ditch. So that will it just alleviates. And you can do that if you're using bias binding. If you're doing that with bias binding, just do it on the reverse. So when you fold it, you've got the seam allowance on this side, not actually showing there. And then it'll sit nicely inside the seam.
Yeah.
So what I like to do with this, now you can fold all the seam allowance over and stitch it down once, which actually will do. It's better to show everybody than not do it. What this will do, this will just keep this nice and flat, because we're going to cover this. Now you don't need to be uberly conscious about your actual stitches, because this is going to be hidden. And then they're all to one side.
But I mean, that's a nice finish anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can pop it all to one side, or you can actually you can either do two loads of seams if you wanted to. And then all I'm going to do, now I don't have an iron, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to guesstimate this, and I'm going to just place this in the centre, and then we're just going to stitch this onto here.
Great.
So this bag will end up being a slightly bit of a hybrid bag, if you like, as opposed to what we would do normally. And again, my other little tip as well, if you do have this and you've got that line, what I like to do is when I've got the sewing machine here, I like to hold the actual tape up, and I don't like pinning it. So I'm going to let it, and I'm going to place it just at equal amounts as I'm sewing all the way down. And what that does is I'm actually checking constantly. If you pin this, what will happen is as you're sewing, it might start to go a bit ski width.
Yeah.
So so being able to pull that up and then using your finger just to hold it in place at equal increments, you'll get a far superior job done.
Great. I like far superior.
And again, this tape just adds a little bit of extra je ne sais quoi. Oh, in answer to your question earlier,
Yes.
anything from Motown.
Anything
I had a
Motown.
mental block because you did mention Whitney, and I was like, oh, I was going to say that.
Oh yeah, Motown, very good.
So again, when I come to the end, all I do is I don't bother coming off the machine. What I do is I just stitch over to the other side, and then all we're going to do. Ooh, now we're out of thread.
How much fabric do we need for the beach bag, Alistair? A few people are asking.
Okay, so if you're buying the pattern by itself and you're wanting to create it, I would say you would need 50 centimetres by, you would need, so the actual bag dimensions is 69 by 62 on the double. But so I would just get, I would get, well, we sell it all our fabric by a metre.
Yeah.
But you would need just over half a metre by 150 wide.
Okay, so 1 metre is enough for a bag and you'll have some leftovers.
You'll have loads left over. yeah.
Fantastic, great.
So,
Shall we start having a look at some of the scuba fabrics?
yes.
I'm conscious of the time. Let me grab the one that you're working with, Alistair. This is the tropical. Also really suitable for dressmaking, right? Scuba. Here we go. Yvonne says, hi boys, please could you explain to me what scuba is? I've never used it as I'm unsure what to make with it. Is it similar to any other fabric, please? The first thing is, even though this threw me completely, Yvonne, I heard scuba and thought, like, scuba diving, like wetsuit fabric. And it's like, ooh, it's not like that at all, is it? It's
No.
fabulous. It's got a lovely weight to it. It's a stretch fabric, really stable and easy to work with.
So a wetsuit fabric will be more like a neoprene. Now neoprene,
Right.
just to, so for instance, sometimes if you go into any stationery shop and you look for what you think is a fabric pencil case.
Yep.
So those, and a lot of bottle covers.
Yes.
And what else would
Wash
we make?
bags as well.
Yeah,
They're
wash
often
bags,
made in scuba,
can
aren't
be-
they?
Yeah. So neoprene is, it's almost like you've got this sort of like foam in the centre, and then you've got a knitted fabric either side, so it's fused. So it's around about 3 to 5 mil thick. Some
Okay.
you can get up to a centimetre thick, and those are what they make actual proper wetsuits out of, because they need the layer between from the skin to the outer.
Yeah.
They need that aeration through, because that's what separates your body temperature from the outside temperature.
Okay. But how's scuba different?
This scuba is much lighter weight. In principle, it's the same. It's a knitted fabric, so it comes from the jersey family. But this will help you create structure.
Yeah.
And it's really, really fun to sew with. Again, also, with scuba, you don't have to get your overlocker out. You can cut it. You can pink and shear it if you want to.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't fray,
It
does
doesn't
it?
fray. Also,
Picking out some of my favourites now. Think about a dress for a wedding in this. I think this is absolutely gorgeous. And it's going to give you that sort of, as you say, if you do like pleats with this, they're quite structured. So if you did something like a peplum,
Yep.
it would actually have a really lovely structure. Do you want me to give you a code, Ben? Oh no, there probably isn't one, is there?
so this one, I think, is called Electric Avenue.
Okay. We will find this one. We don't seem to have it on our schedule at the moment. We will find it. Right, let me find another one. This again would be fab for a wedding.
Now, there isn't much of this left. This is called watercolour.
That's sold out.
That's sold out.
That one's sold out. Right, okay. This one?
This is called Lily Magic.
Lily Magic. Okay, so again, I think that would be amazing for a gorgeous dress for, you know, a wedding or a day at the races. It's really stunning, isn't it? And I'll pop it down there. You can see you've got that kind of silver pearl grey background and then all these beautiful colours coming through, almost like watercolour painted. Really lovely. You do have that stretch as well. So you're going to be able to move in this, aren't you? It's going to be comfortable all day.
No, with scuba and with a lot of other fabrics that, so for instance, this doesn't have a loft, so it's not overly thick. However, what I would suggest with this, because it is a stretch fabric, use a slightly larger stitch.
Right.
Do not use a teeny weeny stitch. Don't use a 2.5, go up to a 4 on a domestic sewing machine. And you will find that what that will do, it will keep your seams a lot straighter.
Yep. I've only got 6 metres of this left. I've got 6 metres of this left. That's basically enough for 2 customers. If you're really loving Lily Magic, I'm sure I went to school with her, you do need to be quick.
But yeah, so I would use, now there is this other thing as well.
Yep.
Let's move that out of the way. There is another thing with these types of fabrics that everyone thinks, oh, I need to use a ballpoint needle. Now, you can if you want to. Now, the whole premise of a ballpoint needle is because it's like the tip of your finger. It's rounded. It's not sharp.
Yeah.
So what a ballpoint needle does, when it goes through fabric, it sort of gently parts the fibres away. Yeah. But what I like to do, and what a lot of we use commercially, is we just use a nice sharp needle.
Yep. So universal is fine.
Yep.
Or, yeah, perfect. Right, this is the one that Alistair made the beach bag from, but also such an elegant fabric for an event, for something really special. Could you do something like a waterfall jacket in this? I'm just thinking the weight would hang beautifully.
Yeah, you can do a scarf bottom detail. You can do all sorts with this. This is a really versatile fabric. Again, when it goes over the skin, if you suffer from cellulite or anything like that, it will cascade off the skin. It does not show those lumps and bumps. It is a fantastic fabric to use.
Great.
Again, it's great for home decoration. You can really use scuba for an awful lot. This is great for kids wear as well. So for instance, if you're looking for a fabric that you can run up a few little dresses in it, or you want some matching ones, this is a fantastic one to use. They all go in the washing machine, 40 degrees. They're all colour
I was just about to ask you about washability. That's fab. Love that. Because a lot of occasion wear, you have to dry clean and that sort of thing. But this is washable at 40 degrees. This has been super popular. It's called Bubbles, darling. Bubbles. Champagne for everyone.
It's a bit early, but I'm sure it's...
I mean, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
But it's not Alistair. The weekend upstairs are in, so I don't think that's
That's gorgeous. Love that.
So yes, you've got your beautiful celadon colours in here. This is a navy background, and you've got your cream and you've got your lilac. And again, really, really lovely. It looks a bit like the Pearl and Dean advert when the cinema opens as well.
I think it's great. Really gorgeous. I saw a family yesterday in Birmingham. Mum, dad, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. And they were all wearing, like, clothes that one of them had made, clearly. There was, like, a dress, a T-shirt, a sweatshirt and another dress, and they were all in the same fabrics. It was so cute. I'm just thinking you could do kind of outfits for the whole family. Love it. Love that. Right, next up, I've got a gorgeous floral here.
So this is called Midnight. Now you've got this sort of we call this sort of like almost like a dégradé, if you like. So you've got the dégradé in between, so that just means it's blended. That means going from one tonal colour or a series of colours. It usually happens in chiffon, and you've got this lovely floral print over the top. So you've got a slight stripe, but it's not a stripe.
Really love that. I've never heard that term before. Dégradé.
Dégradé. So it's almost a bit sort of like I think there's something to do to sort of it's like a spray paint effect. So for instance, if you were to spray the bottom and you were to graduate it so it almost goes to nothing, or dip dyed. So you get a stronger colour on the bottom and then it sort of fades into a cream.
Yes.
It's usually two colours.
Oh, love that. Did you ever find this one, Ben? No. Okay, all right. Now, this is a bit of fabulous.
Yeah, so you've got
This
your
is a
tiger.
bit fabulous. This is one of our favourites, actually. This is like a tiger, but in navy and emerald green. It is a gorgeous colour combination.
Yeah, usually you would they would choose the base colour on this, they would choose black, just to make the colour sort of like pop out and be more vivid.
Really gorgeous.
Whereas the emerald just blends in really, really pretty and beautifully.
It is absolutely gorgeous. All cut to order and in 1 metre increments. So if you order 2 units, you'll get 2 metres in one whole piece. 3 units, 3 metres, and so on. That is absolutely smashing.
Yeah, and if you've never used scuba before, just get a metre and have a go with it. I've made tops out of it. They're great for skirts.
Yeah,
So
okay.
a great way of changing up a wardrobe. You've all got separates there. Big fan of separates, and it just means that you can create a skirt and then you can change up the top. You can introduce other different colours.
Yes.
But it makes a fantastic, fantastic skirts.
Love that idea. Right, we'll fly through the last few. Here's our beautiful, I mean, this is really summery. You've got that gorgeous, bright yellow, and that really pretty pale blue polka dot.
Yeah, the floral design on this really pops out, and again, you've got that really think about your summer table runners. Again, this.
Did you use it for furnishing? Like I'm thinking, covering like padded cushions, seating, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you can do all sorts. I mean, for instance, what we've got here, which is coming up on the next show. Scuba is great for making outdoor bean bags.
Oh, yes.
So this is just a really simple, fun bean bag. We used a little bit of webbing, but again, this would make, in scuba,
Yep.
a really inexpensive way to get some garden furniture.
Fun, I like
made.
that. This fabric might be rather suitable for that. This is that kind of big window pane check.
So this is called Dorothy.
Of course.
Of course.
Yes.
And it's a great one to mix and match. Again, you could create a game of snakes and ladders on this if you wanted to.
Really
You
fun.
could make a big giant play mat and you can make up your own game if you wanted to. Again, it's great for soft furnishings.
Yeah, love that. Really lovely. And perfect for the summer. Now, next up, oh, this is fab. You've got floral and chain. This is a little Gucci,
This
I
is
feel.
called, yep, so this is called flower chain.
Oh,
Flower
it's
chain.
gone.
No,
It's gone. Well done if you managed to get yours. Right, next up.
So this is called
Wow.
Peaches and Cream.
Gorgeous. This colour is gorgeous.
Yeah, so this is slightly more, it's a realistic approach. So you've got these beautiful digital printed photographs of flowers, but then you've got the linear drawing, and then you've got the abstract version and imprint and positive and negative on here. So really, really pretty.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Really, really classy print. Fabulous. Now we've got the burgundy stripe.
Again, I would go really Westwood on this one. Now, I know a lot of you will go, I'm not the Westwood kind of customer, but to get a type of Westwood-esque feel, use a simple fabric like a stripe, put your pattern pieces all in different directions, and then sew them all up together.
Oh wow, cool.
And you'll have stripes going off this way. You've got them repelling against one another. You've got them matching. You've got them going down. You've got them going up. And again, you'll get that really artistic. And that's just using one fabric, but just changed in the course and direction of your pattern piece.
That's a really cool idea. I like that.
And
It's a great
again,
colour too.
with these, obviously, this depending on how you're going to use this is a directional print. However, because this is a knitted fabric, you can be quite creative how you actually lay your pattern pieces, because it is a stretch fabric.
Yeah.
So you don't have a normal sort of like straight grain. So you can be a little bit, you just need to be mindful if it is a directional print and you've started going in one direction, continue going in the one direction.
Understood. Now I've got 3 more fabrics. These are not scubas though, are they?
They're not scubas, although the magenta is a scuba crepe. Now, a scuba crepe,
Scuba crepe.
it has a slightly different texture on the top, so it's not
Yes.
smooth. It's slightly
Flocked.
yeah, that's
Almost.
that's a good way of putting it. But it's sort of almost like pitted, a bit like the surface of an orange. So all crepes, like bubble crepes, that type of thing. But a great fabric to actually work with and use. And you've got this beautiful grey fleur-de-lis print over the top of it. But it's a beautiful, rich Bordeaux wine colour.
Just be careful on this one because my stocks are very low. Nice. Black and white stripe. Again, this could be a bit Vivienne Westwoodish.
Yeah. And again, we've got, so for instance, tops, the how-to tops that we've got, for instance, like the Brigitte top. Now, this is 100% polyester, but when you actually feel it,
Really soft.
it really feels.
Yeah,
Now, think
it
about...
feels like cotton.
Yeah, so think about pyjama bottoms, lounge pants, all sorts of different things. Really, really, really cool to use as well. And very, very soft. And again, you can bung this in the washing machine, cool iron.
You
Absolutely
done?
fine.
Great price too. Look, $13.99 per metre. And then last fabric I've got in the hour. Ooh, now we need to hold this one out because this is very, very cool.
And just
Got
to
that
point out,
check.
all of House of Alistair's fabric, we're sold in 1 metre increments. So I know that you guys always sell everything by the half metre. So the prices that you're seeing on your TV screen, that is for an entire metre. That's not for half a metre.
That's what
it's
you're
for the-
seeing here,
Yeah,
right?
so we sell it by the actual metre.
That's beautiful. All cut to order, exactly what you want. Lovely, really, really gorgeous. Shall we just recap the bags from the start of the hour? We started with the Happy Chap. Let's finish with a Happy Chap. This is the Technicolor version. I'll grab the bag. So what do we get in the kit?
So you're getting your outer fabric, you're getting your lining, you're getting 2 O-rings, which are metal, and you're also getting 2 widths of actual webbing itself. So you're getting everything in there that you need to make one. You will have fabric left over because we're not mean when we come to actually cut the kits out. But again, we do have the pattern by itself as well. And it's got a very clever way of actually bag closure and your straps all in one.
Sorry, I was just doing my modelling then.
Oh,
Like catalogue modelling.
a bit more Zoolander, please. There we go.
It's really comfy.
Yeah.
Really comfy. And ever so clever the way you can pull those straps through if you wanted to hold it a different way.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I like that a lot. That's your Technicolor. We've got the navy with rainbow straps like I was just wearing. That's our denim option.
Yep. And then you get a 100% cotton seersucker for your lining in this.
Like that. Love that. Love that. And then last of all, we've got the camo.
Yeah, so you get your camo, which is 100% cotton sateen. You're also getting your emerald, forest green lining, and you're getting both sets of webbing, your O-rings, and you're getting the pattern. So again, our angel policy is if you make it and you're wanting to sell these, absolutely knock yourself out.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. Brilliant. Gorgeous. So many gorgeous options this morning. Grab yourself some of that scuba while we've got it. It's a gorgeous fabric to work with. The calico also extra wide. Never seen calico that wide. 1 metre of extra wide calico would be enough to cover a table. Absolutely brilliant. Right, Alistair, we will see you in an hour. Thanks for that.
Will do.
I'll see you after the break, though, because I've got Katharine Wright coming up with the first of 2 hours. Now, just one top tip for Alistair's second hour. The swatch books are absolutely flying out. If you want to get ahead on those, go to our website. You could be getting something like this. This is a remnant bag, and we've got those too.
Oh, they're back in stock, the remnant bags. It's 300 grams of all the Holland and Sherry wool. The swatches, just to mention, the swatch books that you're about to see on the next hour, what you see on your television screen is what is going to be delivered at home. They are not as sorted. They're not going to be how we normally sell them.
Fab. All right, see you after the break with Katharine.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there. And that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
It is great to have your company on Sewing Street today. I have got just an absolute breath of sunshine in this next hour, courtesy of Helen Newton and the fabulous Katharine Wright. Welcome, Katharine.
Hello. How nice to see you again,
Really
Stuart.
good to
It's
see
been
you
such
too.
a long time.
It has been ages.
I know.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous. Absolutely loving the Sundara Oasis quilt hanging behind you.
It's so nice to see it all made up.
Can't wait for that in
I
your
liked
next
it. I
hour.
liked it when I opened the box, but yeah, gorgeous.
That is coming up at 11 o'clock. Shop ahead. That one's going to sell out. Talking of sellouts, I have got 2 amazing new projects from Helen Newton. I have got lemons and I have got roses. And these just, complement each other so beautifully. Brand new kits, new patterns too. We're going to start with the lemons. Now, I'm going to grab this. Okay, but can I also grab your sample? Thank you. Because this is Helen's original and our buyers have matched up as closely as possible to create, and this is the kit. That is absolutely stunning. That is absolutely stunning. So you get your pattern. Look at the price too. This is amazing. This is for a full kit, binding, backing, the lot. You've got your pattern, you've got your lemons, you've got your stems, you've got your leaves. Now your cream is for your highlights on your lemons. You've got the base, you've got the background, and that is also the back of your cushion as well. Then you've got your vase fabric, but also you're going to use that. Is it a border or is it a binding?
It's a border.
A border. So you've got your border as well. How smart is that? Incredible value as well for $24.99. I think that's stunning. It's gorgeous.
Really nice,
Isn't it? It's just vibrant, it's summery, it's making me think
And do you know
of
what, Stuart? I
Italy.
sew it, and I sat there one evening. I think my husband and son were watching the football. I'm not into football,
Fair
and
enough.
I just sat there and made it all up, and it was really fun.
Yeah, yeah. Gorgeous. And then you are going to stitch down all of the details, of course, and lots of different ways that you can do that. I know that, Katharine, you're going to show us several different ways that you can finish your lemon tree applique. It's gorgeous. That pot is so cool. Right, that's our first project, the lemon vase. Now, if you want instructions only, we can do that. And in fact, I've got digital instructions as well. I'll give you that back. Thank you. So physical instructions first. Now, you get full-size templates for all of your appliques, the vase, the lemons, and the stems as well. And then you get full instructions for how to arrange, how to stitch, how to add your borders, and how to complete the cushion. Okay, so it's a full set of instructions for £9.99. This is the printed version. Details are on screen. Now, if you want the digital download, that's an instant download, so you pay for it instantly and you can download it straight away. We'll give you the details for that. Same price, but there's no P&P. There it is, £9.99. Ignore that £4.99 P&P. If you're buying anything else, of course, you'll pay P&P, but if you just buy digital patterns, there's no P&P attached to it. But of course, you will need to print off, at the very least, your templates. Okay. So that's our first project of the day, the lemons. But I've got a second project. I think it's really hard to choose between the two, so I'm going to say I just want them both. This is the rose vase.
They actually complement each other really well.
Really well. I'm thinking those together.
Yeah, I'd have that in my living room.
So would I.
Definitely.
So would I. Beautiful, really vibrant and gorgeous. Let me grab the kit that we've got. Now, you've got this fabulous navy striped fabric. This is going to be for your vase and also for your outer border. You've got your background for your roses. And your base. Oh, amazing.
Not quite done yet, but partially.
So here we go. We've started. You're going to work a bit on this in the hour, so we'll see this come together. That background is lovely. It's almost sort of William Morris wallpaper, isn't it? So the scale's right too. You've got your base. There's your vase. And then here are your leaf fabrics. Those are gorgeous. You've got fabrics for your roses. Those are absolutely yummy. I think that's stunning. Can't wait to see that come together. That is definitely a bit of me. That is a bit of me. Now, I've also got the physical and the digital patterns available on their own. So let's start with the physical pattern. £9.99. $24.99 for the whole kit, $9.99 for the pattern. Shows you what great value the kit is. Really great value kit. $9.99 for the pattern. And then if you want the digital download, different set of numbers this time. YFH469. So that goes in. Instant download. You could be making that this afternoon. Now, we've got a few of Helen's older kits available, the washing line cushions. I've got two different colourways. I'll just show you the original because it's absolutely gorgeous. Love this project. You've got the washing line zigzagging across the cushion and then all these different items of clothing. This is free motion applique, isn't it?
Very much so.
Kind of freestyle, free motion, sketchy. I think it's gorgeous. Now we've got a pastel kit and we've got a rainbow kit. Should we do the pastel first? I think this is most like the original. So this is really clever. What you get is you get your piece of calico. That is calico, isn't it? Yeah. You get your calico, that's for your backing and the back of the cushion. You get full instructions. You get loads and loads of different pieces of clothing. So you can make each cushion unique. Then you also get a printed panel. Now this is what's really clever. Rather than having to search through all your scraps for fabrics that will go together at the right scale, you've actually got all of this printed. You've got your borders, and you've also got all of your appliques. This is very cute. I like this too. This is lovely. The raindrops. $19.99 for the whole thing. That's your pastel version. We've also got a rainbow version. So if you like more brighter saturated colours, oh, I think this is going to be the one for me. Wow, love it. Love it. So you get your full printed panel, your borders, your appliques. You've also got your white solid this time for a real pop, and you get your full pattern for $19.99. That's going to save a lot of time, isn't it?
Yes.
Hunting out all those
And
little
I
bits.
did demo it a little while ago, so there'll be a demo out there somewhere.
Ben, can we
Don't
check
ask me
when the
when,
demo
but will
was,
do.
when Catherine's demo was? We'll find that out. We'll pop the pattern on its own now. If you want the pattern on its own, this is a physical pattern from Helen Newton, 7th of April, 2021.
Oh, wow.
I know.
That long ago?
Yes, 4 years ago.
Gosh. Blew my neck.
Wow. Wow. I know, there you go, it's 4 years ago. Isn't that all?
I'm sure I did it with the rainbow panel as well recently, but
did you?
I don't know. I may have done a few things on that show. I can't quite
okay.
remember.
Rainbow would have been the 11th of March.
Yeah, that
This
sounds,
year.
yeah.
That's what you were thinking.
That's what I was thinking of, but it just shows, doesn't it?
It has been a while, hasn't
Everything, yes. Everything's
Digital
just there
download
forever
now,
as well.
digital download, $9.99. That's instant payment, instant purchase, and you can download it instantly as well. Brilliant, thank you. Right, let's get to demo.
Lovely. Okay.
Take it away. You're doing the roses.
I'm going to do some laying out of the roses.
Yep.
Then we'll do a bit of like normal applique on the lemons, and then we'll do a bit of free motion on the roses.
Amazing.
Just to give you a little taster of everything. So you've got your nice templates. Now, what I did, because I thought you need to spend a little bit of time getting your layout right, and I've actually like prepped all my layers of roses before I'm going to do the layout, because I thought, well, if I've done all that sticking bit, then I'm not going to get all my different circles all mixed up.
Sure, that sounds
Did
like
that
a smart way of doing it.
sort of make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And a crazy logicality to it. So, as always, we'll just do a quick one to show you. You're going to trace off your roses, your little circles, and for each separate fabric, a separate shape. Now, in the pattern it says, oh, trace off about 47. I didn't start counting because I thought that way madness lies. I just decided, right, we'll make a whole load of big ones and a whole load of little ones. Yeah. Because I think if you start getting...
free approach.
Yeah, and if you get really bogged down with, have I got 47, it kind of might take the joy out of it a bit, mightn't it?
I get that. I get that. There isn't a specific layout plan.
That's what I really like about Helen's patterns, and I demo quite a lot of them. One day I'll meet her. We always chat on Instagram, but one day I'll meet her properly. But what I really like about her patterns is you've got the hard work of the design and the templates has all been done for you, but you can be a little bit creative with it. And I think that's really, really nice. You know, yes, you've got something to follow if that's what you like to do, to follow
you can
something
copy
exactly. Absolutely. But if you're a little bit, I'll be a bit freeform, then you've got that that option as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a few hellos. Morning to Christine, who's messaged in. Lovely to have your company this morning. She says, Charlie, her tortoise, is out of hibernation.
Oh.
Loving the sunshine.
Oh, fabulous.
Welcome back to the world, Charlie. Sounds like my Charlie. He's always hibernating.
I'd like to hibernate in the winter.
Oh, yes, yes. And then Amanda's messaged in. She says, good morning, Stuart and Catherine. Catherine's recently lost her dog. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Amanda has, yeah.
Yes. So we're sending lots and lots of... Oh, sorry, Amanda.
Oh, yeah.
So we're sending lots
Beautiful
and lots of love
Mabel.
to
I
you.
have met Mabel. Mabel was beautiful. So big hugs, Amanda.
Yeah, big hugs.
You have to bring Harry to meet me. Haven't seen Amanda for ages. She used to come to classes for a bit.
Ah, is Harry also a wire fox terrier?
Yes.
Gorgeous. I haven't had a dog, but if I had a dog, I would have a wire fox terrier.
Yes.
They're my absolute favourites.
They are lovely.
Gorgeous.
Terriers, yeah. My sister-in-law, she's very fond of Welsh terriers. She has those.
So you draw the shape roughly.
So I've drawn my shape.
Exactly. Cut it out roughly.
And I cut it out roughly and ironed it on. Sorry, I was just zooming along while we were chatting there. So, and now the Bonder web is ironed on, so I've cut them out neatly. And then I applied my inner circles before taking the Bonder web off the big bit. So we're just going to iron that on.
So you're starting to build up your...
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I've just mixed them up. I haven't really gone, oh, I'm going to do so many of this colour and so many of this colour. I've just done a mixture of the different fabrics. So there's a...
Oh, I thought you were ironing that to the cushion.
No,
Why
now
did
I'm
it
going
stick?
Because I haven't taken it off that.
Gotcha.
I've left all the Bonder web on the back ones so that I can work out my placement beautifully for you. But now I need your beautiful little ironing mat thing.
Well, yes, you do. I'll just mention this. This is the Millwood applique mat that would absolutely love this. Do it. Right, this was a manager's special and an early bird. What? Go on. Oh, do it. Yeah. 1999. We had this on Sunday morning. Oh, Hannah did it on Sunday. It's all right. It's all right. This is the Millwood applique mat. So you get your silicone base and then you get your goddess sheet and you use the two in conjunction. You never have to worry about the Bonder web or the stickiness. It could be interfacing, it could be for dressmaking. You never have to worry about it sticking
I need
to your iron or your
a
board.
shed load of those for the craft centre.
You do.
I do. Because we stick up the irons all the time.
This is the thing. And you can also get one which is an ironing board size and shape.
Oh, really? Well, then that's definitely what I need, isn't
So
it?
there's your ironing board protected. And then if that
Then
goes
that'll
over
gonna
the
go
top,
over the top.
and then you just kind of peel it back, place, fuse, and everything's safe and secure.
Right. So let's get our roses where we want them. Let's have a little look.
The lemon tree is in the lead.
Is it?
Yes. Lemon's in the lead. I think these are gorgeous, really summery, really fresh, vibrant. You need a bit of extra summer colour. Think about revamping, either if you've got a garden room, conservatory, or you just like to sit out in the garden and watch the world go by. Make yourself a gorgeous cushion just to brighten up that area. Oh, that looks lovely already.
Already, I know, and I'm not even really thinking about it very hard because you don't want me to spend hours going, what looks good.
You can overthink these
You
things.
can as well.
Now, have you got lots of lovely leaves as well?
I've got some little leaves to go into, yeah.
Gorgeous. Charlie is he's the flower arranger in our family. So I'm not great at arranging flowers.
We don't have a flower arranger in our family. They just get plonked in a vase. I didn't realise it was a job we were supposed to have.
Well, if I put them in a vase, I do just plonk. Whereas Charlie will cut different lengths of stem and he'll arrange them. And so I leave them to it.
So we'll have one down here. I like that.
The fallen bloom.
Yes, I'm going to take the ones off the top. So maybe do a little layer at a time here.
Okay.
Just because.
So would you fuse everything down and then stitch, or do you stitch in layers?
I tend to fuse everything and then stitch, just because that's the way I rock and roll.
Well, you know then
and I
what you're
quite
getting,
like,
don't you?
yeah, and I quite like this sort of process of standing at the ironing board and planning it all out. Yeah, but there's no right or wrong. If you like to do a little bit at a time, absolutely, that's fine. So when I'm peeling my Bonder web off, I usually give it a little tear on the corner, just so you can get into it quickly.
Oh, the rose is catching up. It's caught up lemons. I think they're neck and neck now. I think they make a great pairing.
They do make a nice pairing.
I would have both, one of each. Yeah. I think, and you know, the lemon one, I could imagine doing the fabrics that we had yesterday, the Tranquility of Crafts. It was a blue and white collection based on
lovely.
China, porcelain and China from the V&A. I would do a patchwork background of those, and then I would put the lemon tree on top of it. I would have that as the background.
Nice.
Or you could have the pot done in blue and white China, and then have the lemons.
So many options.
Lots of options when you've got the pattern.
And of course, when you've got the pattern, you can use it more than once, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I could imagine using the roses on the front of a tote bag.
Yeah.
Imagine putting that applique just into like a calico tote bag.
Back of a denim jacket.
Nice.
Be great, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. They'd see you coming or going.
I'm not going to go too high because obviously I don't want to lose too much on my, when I, put my border on, I'll lose a little bit, won't I? Got to get some.
This is a big vase of roses. Someone's either been very good or very bad.
This is me not counting, isn't it? It's me just going, I'm just going to make loads of roses.
Oh no, I love that. I love it.
Oh, you don't want a stingy bunch of flowers though, do you? Go big or go
Just
home.
putting that out into the universe.
Yeah.
We don't want a stingy bunch of roses, thanks.
Right, let's find some little leaves. I've got a little pile of leaves here because they're just going to make it all come to life, aren't they?
I think as soon as you start adding a little pop of green, it suddenly has a totally different look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to make it look more realistic. But I quite like, it's almost got a little bit of a pop arty vibe, this as well, just with the sort of circles, hasn't it? It's not trying to be a precise rose shape.
Absolutely.
It's a lovely sort of
Folk art.
Yeah.
It's lovely. Oh, lovely message from Angeline, who was having some issues earlier on putting things into a basket. She said, big thanks to your lovely call centre peeps who sorted out my issue with adding to my basket. Great folks. Ah, that's fantastic. Really lovely feedback. Thank you, Angeline. Yeah, I think we always say this, if in doubt, call the call centre, because they're UK-based. They're in the building with us here, and they're such helpful people. They really are, and it's a free phone number. Just great.
How are we looking, Stuart? Are we looking good?
Looking really good. Looking really good.
Now, if you're doing this at home, and obviously you're going to have way more time than me, what I'd suggest you do, when you've got yourself where you want it, take a quick picture on your phone, because when you look at it, like I can see it now on the TV screen, and I can look and I can almost like see better where I need to put something.
I think so too.
Yeah. And so if you take it on your phone and then look before you finish ironing everything, it does help.
It's like I've laid out blocks
go with
for a
that.
quilt, and one of them's been upside down.
Yeah.
And I've stared at it for
spot
10
it.
minutes and not seen it.
Yeah.
And then you look in a photograph and straight away it's there.
Right, let's get this lovely paper. Well,
So
it's
the
not
other
paper.
thing, the other thing with that goddess sheet that goes on top is it stops things moving
Yes.
or blowing away.
Yes. Okay. This is quite nerve-wracking.
Why? I'm loving it.
Well, it's like it's going to be a big reveal, isn't there?
I hope so. Well, I'm hoping it looks the same as it
I'm
did before
hoping
you
so
put the sheet
too.
on top.
No, I'm pretty sure it is. Right, are we ready? Are we ready? Yay!
Oh, yes. I
Very
think that's
pleasing.
gorgeous. I think that's gorgeous.
Now, I should perhaps have brought that one out to the front, but I'm still pleased with it. It looks nice.
I think that's beautiful.
Right, so now it just needs some nice stitching on it. But
Yeah.
I'm going to go to my lemons first.
cool.
And
Do you want me to take the roses away for you?
let's just put that to one side.
problem.
I'm going to give you that back.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So with the lemons, I thought I would do just conventional applique, just stitching close to the edge. Because not everybody wants to do Freemason, and sometimes it's just quite nice doing nice, precise sewing, isn't it?
Sure, for sure.
So I've actually put the fleece on the back of this one, because then you'll get quite a nice little puffy effect. The instructions talk about maybe doing the stitch and tear first, which is what I've done on that one, but you can kind of go either way. My foot pedal's gone wayward.
So when you say fleece, what sort of thing have you used on the
This
back
is
for
a
the padding?
fusible fleece,
Like an
which I did get
H640.
sent. Have you not got it in your little pile?
I do have any H640, but we can flash up details,
Yeah.
I'm sure. I don't think I have.
No, you haven't, have you?
No.
They've forgotten it. But that's what I've used. But, you know, you could put some wadding, or
Yep.
you could use your stitch and tear.
So like an 80-20 wadding would be fine, H640. Actually, I'm a big fan of the Sewing Street polyester quilt batting. Have you tried it?
I haven't, actually.
It is brilliant, Catherine. I mean, a few years ago, I wouldn't have touched a polyester
No.
quilt batting with a barge pole. And
Yeah, I know. I'm quite surprised to hear it.
honestly,
It's good,
it
isn't
is
it?
thin, it is drapey, it is stable, it washes like a dream, and there is zero shrinkage.
Oh, really?
Yes. So even your really top-notch cotton or cotton blends, there's going to be a slight shrinkage.
Yes.
Don't like that at all. Honestly, polyester waddings have moved on so much. And I tried it because I did a road test of all of our waddings
Yeah.
to see how they performed.
And you were obviously pleasantly surprised
Polyester
or
was
amazed,
one of the,
blown
it was
away.
one of the best.
Yeah.
It actually really surprised me. So yeah, anyway, just offer it up.
That is very good to know, because I'm going to be bringing out a pattern at the end of next month
Oh, really?
that needs some wadding.
Oh.
And I may go and tell Jen that that's the one to get.
Try it,
Because we don't want shrinkage
No,
particularly.
give it a try. Give it a try.
Yeah, fabulous. Okay, so I'm just judging an edge, a distance. Sometimes on your machine you might have a little notch to line up with, so you can stay a nice distance from the edge. And I'm just doing a nice straight stitch around. So this one, I often think when it's a bigger piece, it's sometimes easier just to do straightforward conventional applique, and then on little bits to go Freemason. So you can do a mixture.
I agree. With this, that stopping and turning and just, there's a lovely gentle rhythm to it, isn't there?
Yeah, and I actually really enjoy doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is that kind of chilled, mindful, sort of lose yourself in your stitching. Because you're not having to think about anything other than staying near to the edge.
Absolutely.
Do you ever listen to music or the radio when
I
you're sewing?
sew?
Yeah.
I sometimes put Sewing Street on.
Glad to hear it. Thank you very much.
And this is my guilty pleasure.
Go on.
I listen to episodes of Say Yes to the Dress.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing
and then,
wrong.
so I like listen to it, and then when they're like out in their wedding dresses, I like have a little glance over.
Does it make you want to do it all again?
Oh, I would marry the same person,
Yes,
but
I
I
did
would
mean
get
someone else.
married again just to have a lovely wedding dress
Yeah, you
again.
would,
I'd do it
yeah.
every week just to try all the dresses. I absolutely love wedding dresses.
Yeah. It's mine and Charlie's 15th wedding anniversary next year, and we're thinking about doing something like a blessing or...
It's our 25th this year.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, so I don't know what we're going to do, but I feel like we ought to mark it.
That's lovely.
'Cause it's pretty good, isn't it?
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. Yeah, I like that a lot. Do you, and so music, no?
No, I listen to music in the car.
Okay.
Yeah. And I do love music, but I don't tend to put it on in the house somehow.
Interesting.
And I quite like a bit of peace and quiet.
Yeah,
I think
no,
there's
I'm-
a lot of noise in our lives,
Yeah,
isn't
there
there?
is.
There is
There
a lot of
is.
noise. People often say that I should have music in the craft centre, and I don't, because A, I don't want to pay for a performing music licence, but also you don't know what music people like.
No.
But I also think it's really nice just to have quiet and
Peaceful.
headspace
Yeah.
and just a bit of chat and not be competing.
Different strokes for different folks.
Absolutely.
I used to be a massage therapist, holistic therapist, and I used to tell all my clients to bring a playlist with them
Yeah.
so that they could have, because yes, of course, some people like the kind of whale music and tinkly bells, kind of spa type music. But I used to have this one chap who used to come that used to bring like heavy metal. And he used to be like, rah, 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 rah. He loved it. That
Yeah.
was his chill out music.
Which is fine.
Yeah. What colour are you using?
I've got
for
white
your-
on here, mainly so you guys can see it at home. But also it's quite nice to have a little contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that.
So I'm just going around a little leaf just to show you that you don't necessarily need to use your free motion on the leaves. I've gone round the edge and then I'm going down the middle to make like a central vein.
Now, good question
nice, isn't
for you from
Yes.
Fiona.
Yes.
Could you trapunto with the lemon design? Could you trapunto?
Is that where you stuff it
Add it, yeah.
underneath?
Could you stuff it?
Absolutely, if you wanted to. Stuff whatever you like if you want to.
Love that idea.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be really nice under the vase and under the little lemons. Yeah, good idea.
Can I give my top tip on how you would do that, or how I would do it? How I
Yeah,
would
go for
approach
it. I'm not a trapunto expert.
So when you've fused your appliques, get some other wadding, and I would actually suggest something like H640 or H630, something like that would be great. Put it behind, but you only need it behind, say, your lemons, and you could cut another piece to go behind your vase. And then do your stitching around your lemons, okay, and around your vase. Then go in with some sharp scissors, trim the wadding away. You only want to leave it behind the lemons and behind the vase. So cut almost like 1/8 of an inch to your stitching. Then, when the whole thing's appliqued, then you might applique down the stems and things like that. Then, a whole piece of wadding over the whole back, and then when you quilt it, you're now going to quilt around the outside of the lemon, just next to the raw edge, and around the vase, and then you'll have 2 layers of stuffing. So rather than cutting a slit and pushing stuff in, which is true trapunto, I would do it an easy machine way.
That sounds like a nice method. And a less fiddly method.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's very, very.
We're all for less
to do.
fiddly.
Oh, Steph's just realised she also celebrated 15 years of marriage last year, but forgot. So no celebration. Oh, bless you. Well, 16 years is even better, you know? And if you can't
Absolutely.
organise something this year, 17 next year.
So I've done a couple of leaves and I've done my stem. I don't know if they can see that or not. I'll go round one lemon and then we'll have a swap over.
We're
and go
coming
for the
in. We're
same
coming in for
Oh,
a closer look.
Can you see? Yes, you can see there on the
I
left.
think that looks lovely.
So it's just adding some detail. Obviously, you can use green if you know. You don't have to use white. I've done that so that you can all see what I'm doing.
Looks great.
I'll just go around that lemon and then we'll have a swap over. I'm really quite enjoying this.
Could you also do things like a zigzag or a blanket?
You could, absolutely. You can hand stitch.
Nice. I'm thinking blanket stitch around all the edges would be lovely.
That's nice because it does really look like hand stitching, doesn't it? Yeah.
Does. Yeah, I mean, people always say, if I do blanket stitch applique, people always say, gosh, do you do all that by hand? And I'm like, nope, nope. It wouldn't look like that if I did.
If you're going to do a blanket stitch, what I would say is when you set it up on your machine, do a little bit of practicing because then you learn what the needle's going to do as it does the pattern. Because when you turn corners, you don't want your blanket stitch to kind of whiz out in the wrong direction. And if you've kind of done some testing and you learn which bits are when it goes in and out, then you'll get it right.
I think that's very good advice. I'll often trace the pattern elements off again on a bit of something like calico.
Yeah.
Just like you could trace off a lemon and just practice going around the outside edge. You don't need to do a real applique. You can just follow the line,
Yeah,
can't
that's
you?
a good idea. Ah, there we go.
Very nice indeed. It's a gorgeous design,
It's
Helen. You've done
really
it
nice.
again.
Yes, I need to find time to finish that one because it's lovely.
Really, really cool.
Okay, right, I'm going to just swap my foot over
Do you want me to
on
come
the
and do that?
machine. I think I might be all right. We'll
Go
give
for
it a
it.
go. We'll
Cool.
give it a go.
So you're going to set up now for free motion.
Yes, so you're
Applique.
taking your normal foot off and the shank as well. And putting your little free motion foot on. Okay, and dropping the feed dogs.
Brilliant.
How easy was that? There was I worrying that I wasn't going to be able to do it on air, and I've done it no problem. My needle's already going to go down the middle, so that's okay.
This is the Elna 680, by the way, that Catherine's
That was
using.
so easy. Some machines, your needle defaults to the left, so if that's the case, make sure you put it in the centre so that you're going down the middle of your free motion foot.
Fab.
I've got stitch and tear on the back of this,
Okay.
just to stabilise it. Did they give you that as well?
I think I
or
have
similar.
got...
It's similar.
I have got stitch and tear. It's a well. I'm
Mine
not
was
sure.
a
This
hem-
is a fusible. This is iron-on interfacing.
Oh, that's not quite the
Not
same.
quite
It's not
the
going
same.
to tear away,
Would
is
it
it?
hurt if you left it on?
It
or
wouldn't hurt.
just be a little bit
No.
stiffer?
This is nice. You get a nice kind of glide when you're doing it,
Yes.
don't you?
Okay. Well, I won't. Well, I'll mention it anyway because our medium interfacing is really good. I think is this the H250? It's a great one anyway.
Oh, I use that all the time. H250. It's really good.
I've fallen in love with
Yeah.
it. I think
For
it's
bags,
really, yes.
all the time. Yeah.
So good.
It's the go-to interfacing.
Yeah, exactly. I'd got some in my studio and I came rushing into work and said, we've got to get this. And everyone said, we already sell it. I was like, I had no idea. But you don't go trawling, do you, to look at like sort of white things?
And there's
like,
so
what's
many.
that?
There's so many, aren't there,
Yeah.
to choose from? Sometimes it is a little bit of a minefield.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing to remember with free motion is drop your shoulders, remember to breathe. Them are two top tips.
I mean, for life and everything.
Yeah.
Don't forget to breathe.
No, but people hold their breath. I find myself doing it, especially when I'm doing it like here, where I'm standing up as well. It's
I
remember
have to remind
breathe.
myself to blink. I find myself staring and then I think, why are my eyes so dry and I'm not blinking? Oh, we do need to just send a quick bit of love and congratulations to Wendy. She says, we celebrated our 40th anniversary last January. We were told we wouldn't last a week. Well, we proved them
well
wrong.
done.
Would definitely marry him again. Plus, it's too late to train another one. Yes, yes.
Oh, very good. So, Helen usually advises, and I agree with her, to go round twice on your free motion because then you're going to get like the sort of sketchy, I'm just going to cut the ends out of the way, sketchy kind of look that you're looking for with the free motion. You want to look like you've kind of sketched it out with your sewing machine. So if you go round twice, it doesn't matter that they don't match up.
Right, so
It
we're
looks like you
not
meant
trying
it.
to hit the same line.
No. So it doesn't matter if you don't, because you'll send yourself crazy if you try to, I think. Don't you think? Obviously, if you can, it's brilliant, but... And then these lend themselves to nice little spirals, don't they? So that they look like a rose in the middle. Oh, like liking that already.
Lovely.
That looks rosy, doesn't
Now,
it?
Come and have a quick nosy.
Yes. Now again, if I was doing this
we really like
properly at home, I'd probably use more of a pink. But actually, the white really, again, shows up and you can see that it's, you've kind of got that spirally thing. So you can have fun with your spirals.
I think that's gorgeous. And actually, this is a really great way of practicing and building free motion confidence.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's not always about quilting. Love it.
Right,
Very clever.
Keep going, do a few more.
Yes, please. Oh, Steph's message. I love this message. Steph is, I think, half Italian or possibly all Italian. But anyway, she says the literal meaning of the word trapunto is in between stitch. Tra means between, punto means stitch. It also means to point. How cool is that?
Really nice. That's good.
I love finding out the meaning behind words. It can be fascinating, can't it?
Absolutely.
Trapunto.
You've got to say it in an Italian accent.
Yes, I shall try ordering that in my local Italian restaurant. Oh, I think I'll have the trapunto for pudding. Well, no, it's got to be tiramisu.
So talking about foreign languages.
Go on.
Yeah, you've got to all send my youngest daughter good luck vibes today. It's her French GCSE speaking exam this afternoon.
Fingers and toes, fingers and toes.
We're hoping for kind questions.
So is this where you have to have like a conversation?
Yeah, so they have questions on a set topic. Now, it's not like when I was at school and you learnt to say a cafe au lait. It's like she has to talk about global issues.
What?
And like the environment and tech and stuff. I know, it's quite hard.
Oof.
And then they have
Un kilo de pêche.
No, there's none of that. There's none
I was
of
going to
that.
say, por favor. I just failed.
And they have like a postcard with a picture, and then they have to talk all about what's happening in the picture.
Oh no.
No.
It's a no
It's
from
really
me.
hard. It's so hard. So
Oh, but good luck.
I know she's worked really hard. She doesn't really need luck. She's done all the prep. She just needs
Absolutely.
kind questions.
That's it. Yeah, that's the bit we needed.
And
a little bit of
hopefully
luck
she
on.
won't be too nervous. Bless her. I'm nervous for her because you just want it to go well when they've worked hard.
Once she walks in, everything will just click into place and it'll be fabulous.
Yeah.
You just got to take a deep breath, haven't
That's
you?
right. Her teacher's really nice
Cool.
as well, so I'm sure she'll be fine. But because she's a W, because she's a Wright, she's always the last one.
Got you.
That's rubbish as
So
well.
she has a lot
Having
of
to
time
wait,
to
she's got to wait
think.
all day and listen to everybody else and see how before it's her turn. And I think that's quite hard. I think you might have met my daughter. She's the one that comes and helps me at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, yes. And we were talking about festival earlier, weren't we?
We were.
You'll be there, I'll be there, can't wait.
Love it. Love Festival of Quilts.
Can't wait. Well, we've got Malvern first. Do you ever
Yeah,
visit
I'm not
Malvern?
going to. I have been to Malvern in the past. I'm not this year just because all the children are absolutely in the middle of all their exams and I didn't want to go away.
Fair enough.
Although saying that, I'm doing the Craftopia retreat, so I'm staying away for that.
Oh, well, you know.
But yeah, I didn't want to go as far as Malvern. This year, maybe next year.
Yeah.
Are you going to Malvern, Stuart?
I'm not 100% sure. It depends exactly when it is and if it fits in with being around anyway. I'd like to. It's years since I've been to Malvern.
It's a nice area as well, isn't it?
Lovely. It's lovely.
This is coming. Oh, I'm liking this. This is coming together nicely.
Yeah.
I'm liking the spiralling. When I do free motion, if I do it on quilts and things, I always just do spirals. I'm not a very accomplished free motion
No, but
person.
I always say, do what you do and really do it with confidence.
Yeah.
So if you can do a really good stipple, just do that. You don't have to be able to quilt everything.
That is true.
No.
So Can you see these roses starting to build up?
I really can.
Looking nice, isn't it? Let's just get. I'm good at getting my little ends trapped in.
But you could use a soft pink. You could use a really dark
Absolutely.
red.
And I mean, mix it up. So do some in one colour and then come back and do a bit more in another colour over the top. That's going to look really nice as well.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And again, a really, really lovely opportunity to practice your free motion skills. Or forget that and do normal feed dogs up, normal foot on your machine.
Absolutely.
As you did the lemons.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you're only manoeuvring a cushion-sized piece of fabric.
Which is what's so nice. It's why it's such a great way to practice it. I mean, if you like hand stitching, hand stitch them on, it would be beautiful.
Of course you could. I love it.
Which one's the most popular now?
Ben, who's in the lead? Lemon or roses? Lemon. Lemon. I'm going to grab the lemon kit and just recap it. It's brand new from Helen Newton. You're getting your full kit. You get your pattern, full printed pattern with full size templates. You're also getting all your fabrics. You've got your background and your base. This is also the backing of your cushion. You've got the highlights for the lemons themselves. You've got your fabulous vase, and also that's your border fabric, your leaves and your stems. So just add in a bit of Bondaweb and some thread and away you go. £24.99 for that. I mean, actually, amazing value because you're paying £15 for your fabric.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
Which is amazing value.
Make a lovely cushion.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Here is that finished cushion. I just think it is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So that's the lemon. And then we've also got the roses, which is the one that Catherine's just been working on. So here's the original.
Oh, it's very close.
Yeah.
As to which is the most popular.
Oh, really close. Really close. So you've got your kit. You've got your background. You've got your base. You've got your 3 different colours for your roses. You've got that gorgeous Macawa linen texture for leaves. You've got navy stripe for your vase and also for your border. And then, of course, you get your full instructions as well. Again, just add a bit of Bondaweb. You'll need some thread for appliquing it down. But there are the 2 versions that we've put together. Those are the kits made up. Lush. You can also get the patterns on their own, either as physical or digital. Physical lemon. Physical lemon. Here's the pattern for the lemon. This is the physical printed pattern, £9.99. If you prefer digital, here are your ordering instructions. £9.99 again, but that's an instant download. Now let's talk about roses. A physical pattern for the roses. And then if you prefer, you can go digital. £9.99. Now, something that I think is absolutely invaluable, and Catherine, you had a go with it. What did you think?
I'm going to get some.
Yeah.
Definitely. There, I can really see the value of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are terrific. Protecting your iron, protecting your fabrics. You can also, you know, if you're using like really delicate fabrics, of course, having that layer protects it from the heat. So this is the Millwood applique mat. You've got your silicone base with your kind of measurements and grids, so that can help you with your placement. You can also see through this. So if you're using a pattern and you're wanting to build up your appliques, you can just see straight through and you can add the pieces to the mat and iron them to the mat, then they'll peel off. And then you've got your goddess sheet that goes over the top. Now it should normally be £24.99. You're saving £5 And also, we've been a little bit naughty putting it back on today because it was an early bird and we shouldn't really repeat them, but Ben decided that he was going to. I couldn't make you do anything, Ben.
No, I think that's useful for things like dressmaking, not just applique. I mean, the amount of interfacing that gets stuck onto... I'm always replacing my ironing board covers.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can really see the value.
Yeah, they are great. That's your Millwood applique fusing mat, or any kind of fusing mat. Terrific. Absolutely wonderful. Catherine, thank you so much.
That's
now,
all right.
Before you go,
Yes.
let's just have a quick look at this fabulous Sundara
Very,
Oasis.
very nice. I do like the colours. The colours are gorgeous, aren't they?
It's absolutely amazing. This is Dena Designs from Free Spirit. And, I love her artwork. It's beautiful. And you're going to be showing us how to make this
I
quilt
certainly am.
at 11. Yes. I'm excited. Little bit scary. Diamonds.
Oh, it's not as bad as you think. I'm going to show you how to do it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Well, make sure that you stay tuned for 11 o'clock, but also make sure you stay tuned for our next hour because Alistair is back with more House of Alistair. The sample books have been absolutely flying out, so use the break to check out your baskets, and we'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
I am back, and look who's back with me. It's Alistair from House of Alistair. Welcome
Hello,
back.
welcome back.
Now, we love your remnant bags and your sample books. We can't get enough of them. So we're going to start right there with the House of Alistair Savile Row wool remnant bag. Now, tell me about this. We haven't got this in the studio with us, but tell us about what you get in the bag.
Right, so you're getting 300 grams. Now, this sold out on the last show that we did, and you get 300 grams of lots of different types of, there could be wool swatches, you could get, for instance, these are big blocks, so you could get a few of those in there, you could get a much larger fat quarter piece.
What type of fabrics are they?
They're all 100% wool, and they're all Holland and Sherry. So it's not, for instance, that I've gone out and bought a load of other wool and put some Holland and Sherry in and what have you. They're all the swatch books.
So Holland and Sherry are like legendary on Savile Row.
Yeah. They are literally. A lot of the wool is still manufactured in Peebles in Scotland. Holland and Sherry, for instance, John has an affiliation with them because of the Bond movies, and there's a lot of other.
Just drop that in there.
Well, yeah, but I mean
Bond
movies. They have dressed the rich and the famous. And also, for instance, like the West End, everyone thinks that the costume budget, or it won't be like wool. They spend a lot of money on the actual costumes.
Yeah.
So, for instance, you're not getting anything that is not Holland and Sherry. I'm the only person allowed to sell Holland and Sherry in this way.
Ooh,
so you
it's a
cannot
bargain.
buy it anywhere else.
Grab it while you can. Exclusive, $14.99. Now you get 300 grams. Obviously the sizes of the pieces vary. They're all 100% wool. They're all beautiful quality. There'll be different weights, of course, because you can get like a suiting weight wool, which is really fine, can't you?
Yeah,
or you can get much heavier weights.
So it's a bit of a misconception. Everyone thinks wool, warm, winter. Well, in actual fact, it's not. The wool that we produce actually we have a summer range, and we also have a winter range.
Yes, I've got a wool suit, a summer suit.
Yeah.
It's 100% wool. It's really fine and light. Yeah. Gorgeous.
And some of it can actually feel like poplin. So, for instance, one of this, in fact, we'll just to show the difference. So we've got two swatch books which are coming up, and it's fastest fingers first with these. The swatch books we've got today are what you're going to receive at home. So this one you're holding here, that is almost like silk. It is so fine.
Well, exactly. This is like a shirting weight, but it's wool.
Yeah.
It's 100% wool, but it feels almost like a cotton shirt or, like you say, a cotton and bamboo or a cotton and silk shirt. And that is wool, but then this is also wool, and this is more like, almost like a Melton, isn't it?
Yeah, it's thicker, and then you've got this, which is even slightly, this is jacketing, which is even heavier.
So in your wool remnant bag, you could have pieces of all three, or they could be, you know, 2 different weights, lots of different patterns and planes, all in a bag together, 300 grams, going to give you lots and lots of options, great for things like bag making, cushions, quilts. You could do crazy quilting with them.
Yep.
It's really fun
So
to play
some
with,
of the
collage quilting.
Yeah, so some of the swatch books that come in, we sell them as a generic size. So the small, medium and large have to be a particular size. And sometimes the swatch books come in and they're slightly smaller than, say, what we would have billed a medium to be. So that's why we're able to produce the actual remnant bags. So it's not the fact that it's seconds or it's inferior. It is the real deal. Also, unlike other swatch books, so for instance, when I'm dealing with, say, Liberty, their stickers on their swatch books are literally on there to stay for life.
Right.
These just simply peel off and there's no sticky residue. Great. So you've got all that surface area. They are so easy to remove.
So you really can use every scrap.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Right, grab your scrap bags while you can. That's the wool scrap bags. Let's start doing the swatch books. Well, why don't we start with this one, which is the...
So this is Ascot.
Ascot.
And inside this one, you are getting... so you're getting the exact amount of swatches. So there's just almost about 60 swatches in this book.
Do we get all of these colours?
So as you're flicking through them, you get that swatch book.
Exactly this.
Exactly
this is what
like
you're
this
getting.
one.
Now, first of all, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, wool applique, floral appliques on a cotton backing. Look, I've got all my rose colours, my leaves, my stems. I've got my chocolate browns. You know, this is fab, having all of these sort of semi-solid colours. I mean, there is a kind of marlin texture to them, but this is fabulous. $12.99 for all of these. I mean, if you were to buy a charm pack of wool squares, I think you'd probably be looking at 30 or 40 pounds. This is $12.99. And then look, you've got these checks, window panes. My numbers are literally falling like rain. If you want to get the swatch book, be quick, won't you? How many in baskets, Ben? Oh, everything that I've got and more is in baskets. If you don't check out, you'll miss out on this one. Look, I can't believe I'm still going through. I'm only about halfway through the swatch book. This is $12.99. Look. Now I'm thinking, oh, I need to do something beachy applique because I'm getting those kind of beach colours here. How fabulous is this? Low 20s left. If you want the swatch book, you're going to have to be quick. Oh, love these stripes, Alistair.
They're really, really cool. Now, just to mention, once these swatch books on today's show sell out, they will not be returning.
Don't break my heart. Don't break my... What did you say?
They won't be returning. Because we had a very small amount of each of these.
I've got teens left.
So once you see what you're actually going to receive what you actually see on your TV screen.
That's fabulous. I love it. Look, I'm still going. And I finally got to the end. Absolutely mega. How many in baskets, Ben? Right, 40 in baskets. I've got teens left. Last few chances. As my lovely friend John would say, check out, check out, check out. Otherwise, you really will miss out, genuinely. Those are gorgeous.
Yeah, and this is the only opportunity. We don't do this very often with the swatch books. We very seldom bring a swatch book that when we're flicking through it, this is exactly what you're going to get. So this is an anomaly.
Yes.
So this is just a little section where you will be able to get exactly what we have on the TV screen.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, I don't even have teens left. I'm almost at single figures. Please check out your baskets there. Right, the next one that I've got is the Kashik jackets.
Yep. And again,
gorgeous. These are lovely. This is the one. These are all wool, but these are like shirting weights.
They are like shirting. So, for instance, before the introduction of, we had linen, but before the introduction of cotton and linen into mass market and the industrial age, all of our clothes were made from wool. Clothes were made to last. Wool was one of our staple. Most of the wool is now produced in New Zealand. So most of the world's stock for the raw wool comes from New Zealand. As well as most of lamb.
Delicious. Such gorgeous colours. Again, I would be using these for applique. Remember, this label peels clean off. No residue at all.
Yep.
You're not going to be wasting little bits. And these screws, they just unscrew. Obviously, you'll have a hole running through, but there's all fabric in here as well. These are fab. My goodness me, I'm at low teens already. You will get this exact swatch book. You will get these colours, these semi-solids, these checks. Goodness, I mean, if you love Helen Newton appliques, if you love any kind of applique, but I could also use these in patchwork piecing.
You can do all sorts with them. You could patch them all together. With this weight of wool, you would be able to directly seam them. I do a method where I cut everything into squares. I lay it, so I put a very fine, say, a lawn underneath. Then I put some of our repair and bond, which we've got on the show.
Yeah.
And then I place all my squares, fuse it all together, and then I use the apron tape I was using on the last show.
Yep.
And then it frames all the beautiful
Single
swatches.
Single figures. Oh, Kim's got in touch. Kim Sullivan. She says, good morning, Alistair and Stuart. These new Savile Row swatch books are amazing. They really are. I'm blown away. Gosh, I've got 5 of these swatch books left. Be quick. There's 31 in baskets. Oh, look at these last few colours. These are, I'm saying last few. There's still all of this lot. There's absolutely masses. I'm going to call that a sellout. 1 left. It's gone. It's all gone. Well done. Well done. Right, shall we do the blazer stripes next?
Yeah. So this is, so if you're into your regatta and that type
Which I am.
No, the reason why, so all the other swatch books are really fat.
Yeah.
This one, because it's a specific range Holland and Sherry do. So, for instance, this is for your club jackets, regatta jackets, all that type of thing. And these were, for instance, if you were, in Gryffindor House, I'm sure there's a Gryffindor one in there.
Absolutely.
But this one, there aren't as many swatches in here, so that's why there's a price difference as well. So we've tried to keep everything sort of like economical. But if you like these stripes and you wanted to do a stripy project, this is going to be the one for you. But again, we don't have an awful lot of.
Do you know what I would do with these? I'd buy a couple of these and I would patchwork them together, okay, to make sort of fabric. While it's all patchworked, I would use something like a herringbone stitch on the machine and I would stitch over all of the seams, and then I would use a teddy bear pattern and I would cut out all of the pieces and I would make almost like a kind of blazer teddy bear, almost like a memory bear, but not a memory bear. I love bears and I just think that would be so much fun and it would be a really cool look and quite a masculine looking bear. Do you know what I mean?
Have you collected many bears?
I've got absolutely loads. I have got like a big hammock that is full and I keep getting sent, I'm so lucky, I get sent mostly crocheted bears. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, lots of toft. I've got lots of toft and I've got lots of lovely mohair bears as well. But I just think this patchwork together would be absolutely glorious. Look at all these gorgeous fabrics. Now, I've got low teens left of this as well. I would get 2 of these swatch books if I were you. The price certainly allows you to do that. And then you've got lots of options. You could even stitch these into simple half square triangle units with some cotton fabrics, and then make your bear out of that.
Yeah. This is also great for English paper piecing. We use this quite a bit. So, for instance, you could use your hexagons and you could put all these together and then produce a really nice scarf.
Oh yeah, that's a really nice idea.
And June's
Lovely.
coming up. We've got Father's Day coming up, so these swatch books are ideal to make gifts.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
instance,
they're fab.
Where has
Right, I do not have teens left anymore.
So
They're way more than I have are in baskets.
I was talking about the
This is so
so
nice.
this is producing putting all the swatches, and this is the whole framing idea that I was talking about. So you can actually put them all together. So I'll just pop that there. So you can just, and this is using the repair and bond. So I've just used a very fine poplin or a lawn, which is micro fine, which means you're not adding bulk to the wool. I've fused them all together, and then I've used the apron tape just to almost like make them into their own separate picture frames. And then you can create a whole fabric. We've had people who have, in fact, actually on one of our last shows, a lady sent in a picture. She had done this, and then she had upholstered a whole chair with it, which looked amazing.
I think it's absolutely gorgeous. If you've got my Galleria quilt pattern, you could think about doing it with these. Yes, you could. Fab, right. Keep going through for that. Way oversubscribed. There are still a few chances, but you will need to be very, very quick. Right, let's do the bar blazer. Oh, now, chunky. There's a lot in here.
There's a lot in here. These are different types, obviously, of wool. Some of these wools, they have silk, they have cashmere in them, they have vicuña, they have all sorts of different things. Again, you've got a good selection of stripes with some velour in there. Then we go into some micro dog tooths.
Wow, these are lovely.
So again,
I'm thinking a bag with these.
Yeah. There's all sorts of different things that you can make. And again,
these are a bit heavier duty, aren't they?
These are a bit heavier duty, but you get a really nice fat swatch book. And again, you've got beautiful colours. You go from blues to reds to greens to forest to navy blues. Again, fantastic to play with.
Yeah. Really nice. And of course, for things like bags, for cushions, if you like my idea about making teddy bears out of them, you don't have to worry so much about mixing your fabrics, about weights of fabric. If you want to mix really heavyweight with lighter weight, you could always put a bit of interfacing on the back of the lighter fabrics. But really, I would just be quite experimental with these. They're fab, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is exactly how it comes, even if you don't even want to use it, but you just want it to say, because it was established in 1836.
Wow.
So it is a very, very, very old company.
Yeah.
And it's world renowned. Also,
Absolutely
with
fab.
Holland and Sherry, as we say on Savile Row, we don't call it a suit, we call it a suit.
A suit.
Because suit is what comes down the chimney, a suit is what a gentleman wears. So when you're going to have your suit made, you will have a Holland and Sherry label sewn into your lining so that everyone knows that your fabric is Holland and Sherry fabric. It has a lot of kudos.
Is that how you get into certain clubs in London?
Yeah, you just open your coat and flash them. And then
I just go in with somebody who is wearing the suit. The suit.
It always, and also on Savile Row, they don't iron.
No.
It's like my old fashion tutor said, fashion students don't iron, they press.
They press.
Yes.
They press. Absolutely wonderful. The stock is dwindling fast and furious. This would make such a gorgeous rucksack, duffel bag, weekend bag. You can mix and match. I really like your idea with the apron tape over the top to create frames. really makes your swatches pop. Right, that's that one. Now I've got some larger pieces, and these are all a little finer weight as well, so really, really good for kind of your patchwork piecing.
So this one
here
is our checked swatch book.
Brill.
And this is our medium one. So the medium ones, so there's just over 60 swatches in these.
Wow.
And these are you're almost getting two small.
Squares. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, with these ones, they don't have the header on the top, so they don't have the holes. So you can, if you're careful with a knife or scissors, you're getting a huge piece.
Oh my goodness, be quick. Half my stock has gone in the space of 10 seconds. Look at these. And this is, it's almost kind of like quilt weight cotton weight. It is 100% wool, but in terms of how does it feel, how does it move?
Okay, so this is one of my favourites.
Oh, I love that too. You could literally just sew these together, almost brick wall style, to make a throw. It'll be beautiful. In fact, I haven't even got teens left. You're going to have to be super quick. I'm going to flick faster because I'm not even going to get to the end of this book and it's going to have sold out. Look at these semi-solids. They are so beautiful. I've got 8 left. And when these are gone, remember, they are gone forever. 2 left and it has sold out. Oh!
Yeah,
just as we get to the 60 of you missed out. Right, you all need to be quicker on the next one, okay? I'm going to get the next one. Oh,
this is True Blues, we're calling this one.
Almost like this kind of colours. Dark and moody. 8 left.
Oh,
I've got 8 left at this stage. So I'm going to go really... Oh, these are gorgeous. 8 left, that's all. These are so stunning, Alistair. These are stunning. And again, I wouldn't even bother cutting these. I would peel off the labels and, excuse me, I would sew them short end to short end into long rows and then join the rows, offsetting the seams. Yep. And there is your layer it, quilt it. 3 left. Big stitch hand quilting, maybe Sashko thread, cream or white, big stitch quilting and a binding and you are done. And you could just use a quilt weight cotton for your binding. You could add a border in quilt weight cotton if you wanted to. 2 left. Look at all these. I love the fact that this is kind of coordinated into kind of your moody blues. That is sold out. Well done if you got that. I'm a little bit jealous. For anyone that got that, because I love that.
And again, with these, when you are working with them, a really great thing to actually do is cut them and almost not pay any attention to which one you're picking up. Let it randomly do it itself.
Put them all in a bag.
Exactly.
Get your hand in. These are gorgeous. Again, even maybe slightly lighter than quilt weight cotton. Treat it as quilt weight cotton when you're piecing it. Oh, these are absolutely...
This is called Summer Pin, this one. And you've got
2
a lot
left.
of stripes in this one.
1 left. It's going to be gone. Look, you get so many. That has sold out. Gosh. Now, remember, now this is possibly to your advantage if you've missed out on any of those sample books. It's possibly to your advantage that we haven't got the Savile Row scrap bags, remnant bags in the studio, because if I'd had them on the table, they'd have sold out by now. So in a way, it's an advantage that we don't have that sample here, because this is one of what I call a sleeper. We've still got some available. This is all sorts of different wool remnants. Now, there could be as big as a fat quarter size in there.
Yeah, you are getting, so for instance, this one, which is what we call our big blocks. So this one, for instance, that's the whole piece. If I get one of the small ones, you can see in comparisons, that's a small swatch book.
Yep.
And then these pieces are what we have available online, which is our big blocks.
So in the wool remnant bag, are we getting sort of like pieces from swatch books that you've taken apart?
And also you're getting things, for instance, one thing that we're waiting on is our trouser lengths, which are, for instance, when a tailor places an order, the wool may have been cut maybe 5 centimetres too short or whatever the problem might be, and they send it back. They can't then resell that. So what they do is they then send me all of that
Or can you imagine
fabric.
the trouble you'd get into? Because how much are we talking per metre for these fabrics?
Well, wholesale, the cheapest metre of Holland and Sherry is around about £60.
Gulp,
But
that's
that is
wholesale.
wholesale. So you then times it by 3, and that is what the tailor charges the client.
So £180 a metre.
A metre.
Ouch.
When I did some suits for one of the, because the Sultan of Brunei, the Sultan never stays the same. There's a new Sultan, so it's on rotation.
Okay.
So when the new Sultan came in, he actually commissioned, I think we made 6 suits, but they had 24 karat gold pinstripe in them. Now that fabric, and also I was famed for, when I was over at Create and Craft, the original one, I sold the most expensive fabric, which was, I think it was nearly £9,000 a metre, and that was for 1 metre of vicuña wool. Vicuña is one of the highest accolades in wool.
Yeah. It's more expensive than its own weight in gold, isn't it, vicuna?
Yep, and also the only thing that trumps that is spider silk.
Wow.
Spider silk for a scarf is something like £16,000 for a spider. Just a scarf, just a little scarf.
Will you bring us some fat quarters for the next show? So, can you imagine a fat quarter, £4,500? You're welcome. Oh, wow. Well, anyway, look, in your Savile Row wool remnant bag, you're getting 300 grams of wool remnants, and these are not like dressmakers scraps. These aren't weird and wonderful shapes. These are rectangle, squares, sort of fat quarter size pieces, small pieces like in the small sample book as well. There's a mixture, different weights, but they're all 100% wool. I think the fact that we don't have that bag in the studio has been a real positive this morning, because it means we've got a few left, because so many of you, hundreds of you actually, have missed out. Now, we've sold out many times before on this, so if you want to get your Savile Row bag, grab it now.
We don't always have the scrap bags either. Now, the smallest size that you will receive inside a scrap bag is the small.
Understood, which is still very usable.
Yeah, you will not receive anything smaller than that. So we're not talking business card size.
Right.
We're not talking postage stamp. We're not talking like itty bitty. We're talking about usable.
Really usable.
Really usable.
Now, talking of really usable wooden templates, and this is a brand new set from the House of Alistair. These are the tumblers.
Yep. So these are our descending tumblers. So it goes from 10 and it goes all the way down to 4. So they're in 2-inch increments.
So that is top to bottom 10 inches.
Yeah.
So this is going to go on your layer cake squares. This at 4 inches is going to go on your charm squares, and you can use these two as well. This is great.
They're really, really useful. Also, what we've done is we have given you notches. So this means that you can cut off, and it means that when you're piecing them all together, it means that will become your straight edge. So you're not going to have a tumbler that's protruding and then you cut it off.
Oh, I see. That's cool.
So
I like that.
So you can cut your half tumbler if you like, and then add it to the end, so that every row will be a complete rectangle when you're finished.
Perfect.
But also, I like to actually, so I'll just show you one here. So I like to, and I've got a bag actually. We've got a shopper. We had a shopper bag.
We had it hanging up, and it's
disappeared.
Not there anymore.
Oh,
is it under there?
Might be that one. Yeah, the one with the red, the one on the top there. Yep,
This
that one. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So I like to stitch them all in a
This
round.
is cool.
And then that's a lovely pocket. So it's a really lovely pocket. It's a really simple tote
really cool.
bag.
I like that.
And then this is just, for instance, if you might have fabric or say, I don't know, some
wool remnants.
Yeah, or somebody who's passed away and they've got lots of silk ties or what have you, and you've decided to take a section of each tie and then create that. And it's a great way of doing that. Also, you can put them higgledy-piggledy. So you would put them, you know, up against one another. But if you start piecing them like that and then change the direction,
very cool.
you can create a snake. So there's all sorts of different things you can do. Also, the windows in these let you, if you were working with larger prints and you were wanting a guide to help you fussy cut, you've got those on the 3 there. You won't have that on the 4. But again, really, really useful.
I really like that. And also a wooden template's kind of quite ecologically sound, that, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're beautiful when you actually pull them out. And again, anyone who, for instance, acrylic is really, really heavy, and the larger the template, sometimes it can be really, really clunky. If you dropped one of these on your foot, you're not going to get injured.
Sure.
But, you know, and you just need to make sure the grandkids aren't in your sewing room and use these as frisbees.
True. It's a great price, actually, for 4 templates, $22.99. And if you've never sewn tumblers before, it really is like sewing squares together. It is 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down in straight rows. Pressure seams one way, and then just join your rows together. It's very, very easy. Those are
really
smashing.
Effective as well. You know, I was a late bloomer into the whole quilting arena, and I'm giving things a go. I'm a couturier to trade, so quilting is a completely different principles and things like that. But I'm enjoying starting my quilting journey, if you like.
They're fab. Now, can I just ask, in terms of how we use them, the templates, how do you use them in terms of how do we cut out?
You can use a rotary cutter with them if you wish. You just need to, like anything, even with an acrylic ruler, with a rotary cutter, you just have to be mindful. Because, you know, obviously a knife will go through something if you apply enough pressure. What I like to do is I like to chalk around any template, and then I don't. One thing I don't like doing is I don't even do this with a ruler, because I don't use rotary cutters. I certainly don't use them for dressmaking, but it's personal preference. Also with rotary cutters, when you're applying pressure, it actually creates drag. And what I mean by that is if you can imagine, if you've got your fabric and you're pushing like this, you can see what I'm doing with my mat here. I'm actually pushing all the pressure up this way, and what it's doing is it's actually puckering my fabric. So that's what we call creating drag. With scissors, there's a misconception with when you're actually cutting with scissors, and this was an old tailor that taught me this trick. You let the scissors do the work. Do not push the scissors through, because you're doing the same thing as a rotary cutter. You're forcing the fabric, and what that will do is when you're cutting, you're distorting the fabric, so you're actually not getting a clean cut. The scissors are there, and also mine are obviously dressmaking. You want really, really large scissors, the largest ones you can get that are comfortable enough in your hand, and you're letting this scissor do the cutting. You're not forcing the scissor through.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Christine sent a message for you. She says, "Hi, Alistair. I just wanted to thank you for the freesia filling." Is this the scented filling?
Yep.
Is it coconut or?
Buckwheat.
Buckwheat, that's it. My house now smells of freesias and reminds me of my late mum. Oh, that's lovely.
Very nice.
Right, let's talk repair and bond, because you mentioned this earlier on. This is available in white or black. We'll start with white. What is it and how do we use it?
Right, this is a tool. We'll call it a tool, not a fabric, really. This is glue, essentially.
Okay.
Now, with this, any little scrap, get yourself an old ice cream tub, or I saw some very nice biscuit tins in Marks and Spencer's, just saying, the other day as I was coming.
First eat biscuits, love that.
So you can have the biscuits and then keep the tin. Put all your teeny weeny little scraps and little bits and pieces of this, because if you're doing applique, it means that you can just use a tiny little square or an offcut, and you can place that down and fix and iron your applique in place. It will hold it. When you're putting a pin into fabric, you're putting a straight solid object into a flat piece of fabric, you will concave it. Pins would just do that. This gives you a very flat surface, especially when you're maybe doing free motion embroidery, that type of thing. This also, like I mentioned on the bag that we had.
Which one?
The lace front on the Happy Chat.
See, I think I have this over here, maybe. I do
The
not.
denim one. We had the lace on the front.
No.
Is it behind here? Oh, here we go.
Ah.
It's hiding behind there. So I've used that on here. You can see nothing is coming through. So the glue dries transparent. So you can also, if you're a bit scared of using things like lace, the repair and bond, what I do is I place a like-for-like colour underneath it, or opposing, like you see here with the denim, and what I do is I then put a silicone mat over, I fuse it all together, and then it makes the lace a solid fabric. So then it makes it a lot easier to work with, especially if you're doing bodices and
really
things
good
like that.
tip.
So the repair and bond comes into its own when it's dealing with things like that.
Yes, I was just trying to think. This reminds me of, there's a product I've used before called Misty Fuse, which is a similar thing. So it's almost like the glue that's on Bondweb minus the paper.
Yep.
So you can use it in exactly the same way. It's great stuff.
It's fantastic stuff to work with. This essentially, you put fabric, you put your repair and bond, another piece of fabric, and you bond both of them together. It's really, really, really good. You can do it in large surface areas. You can actually use this to repair things if you wanted to. You can create patches with these. Now, if you were to glue, if you were to do it, what it will actually do, there is enough tackiness that once you peel it off the silicone to then reposition it and re-glue it, but it will not be a permanent adhesion.
Got you.
So, but it will give you enough that you can refuse it if you wish to.
Okay, cool.
But you won't be able to go on your Disney embroidery machine, do a load of Disney things, and then fuse it again.
Gotcha.
What I would do is I would put this in your hoop underneath. Do not put any heat on it. Do your once you've done your embroidery, put that on the top, satin stitch around it, and then that glue is still active, and then you can use it to make your motifs.
Perfect. Now, we've changed the graphics. It's now black on screen. So if you want the black, the white, by the way, is close to selling out. If you want the white, be quick. Black, so why is it in black and white? Because kind of once you've fused it, does it disappear?
It does disappear, but there is a slight shine.
Oh, okay.
In terms of if you were to use it, if you were to use the white on black projects, this just gives you, and especially if you're using things like lace, or if you just want that security that anything that would potentially be visible, then it will completely blend in.
So sort of black and dark colours use the black, and white and light colours use the white.
Yeah. But it will go transparent. But this just gives you, sometimes the repair and bond, if you're using a dark colour, it will lift the colour ever so slightly.
Yes.
So with you using black, it keeps it all dark as you can.
Understood. Now, we have got lots of lovely fabrics to go through, loads of gorgeous fabrics. Where shall we start? Yes. Oh, now, we are all in love with these black and white prints that you've brought us. We'll bring the cube, do the cube first. I'm just going to hold it up for a second because it is such gorgeous fabric. A jacket, a dress, I mean, really, really fabulous. Home decor. These are all sold by the metre. This is £12.99 for what you can see here. This is 1 metre, but it's cut to order. So if you need 3 metres, just order 3 units. What's the...
So this is 100% cotton, and we call this a cotton, basically a cotton sateen.
Yep.
It has a matte sateen finish on the top. I almost think this is an abstract giraffe.
Sure, I like
almost
that.
type of print.
Yeah.
But again, it's really, really modern. If you can imagine that little dress pattern that you've got at home and you wanted something, this is an off-white background. So it's not white, it's actually like an off-white cream.
Eggshell.
Yeah. But within this, if you were to make that little dress, it means you're going to be able to team it up with a little jacket that you've got in there.
Yeah.
You can dress it up for evening wear. It's going to be a dress that you're going to have in your wardrobe that, like your little black dresses, it'll be a staple piece that you'll have in your wardrobe.
Yeah, I think this is really gorgeous.
Really classic, really, really nice.
It's fab. $12.99 a metre.
And it's 150 centimetres wide. These are industry standard widths of fabric. They're not what a traditional dress width would be, which would be 114, 116.
Great. So wider than normal.
Yeah.
This is absolutely gorgeous. This is a bit quilty to me. I just think that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Shirts. I'm thinking shirts. Derek, if you're watching, I'm thinking this would make a really nice shirt. What do you think? Is that your cup of tea? That's definitely my cup of tea.
See, I'm also thinking you could get to make it a bit more sort of like change it up and do a bit more rainbow. If you got fabric pens and actually coloured in the cream sections in between, and not necessarily do it all over, just maybe pick it out and then you've got like a little rainbowed sun.
Yeah, or add a bit of embroidery even, bit of
Yeah.
satin stitch.
This is a really economical way as well. If you're doing a lot of tote bags or you've bought the Happy Chat backpack pattern and you wanted a really cool lining to go inside.
It's fab.
Now again, this
is
100%
1
cotton.
metre. Look, you get a lot of fabric. A lot of fabric for you, $12.99. Now, the thing is, I always buy sort of 3 metres of fabric for a shirt, for a long sleeve shirt, but that is 44-inch wide fabric. This, inch-wise, 50?
Yeah. So
Or more?
I would say around about.
What's it in centimetres?
It's 150.
150. We'll Google it for you, don't worry. 150.
So again, if you're doing a lap quilt and you want a continuous piece of fabric without having to put any joins in, this will literally go on the back.
Well, it's 59 inches wide. And I'm thinking as well, this could be really good for a quilt back as well. At 59 inches wide, if you were doing, say, a 55 by 75 quilt, you only need to buy 2 metres of this. So for less than £26, you've backed your quilt. Amazing. Right, we've only got about 15 minutes left. Let's have a look at the cords. I'm going to pass them over to you, Alistair, and pick out your favourites.
Right, now, these are these are called Piccadilly. Now, I only have a small amount of these left, so if you're going to mix in with your Savile Row, this is a perfect opportunity. These are from Italy. These are genuine vintage, 100% cotton cords. This is your sage colour. Now, the reason why it's called Piccadilly is anyone who hasn't been to London and hasn't gone actually on the tube, all different tube lines, they all have their own iconic upholstery. So this reminds me of the actual upholstery that's used for the Piccadilly line, just because it's this type of basket weave.
It is like a basket weave, isn't it?
So again, really, really cool. And again, these are 150 centimetres wide. Once it's gone, it's gone. So that's your sage colour.
That is absolutely gorgeous. This is quite a heavyweight cord as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly good for things like upholstery projects.
But it's great for things like bomber jackets.
Oh, okay.
So this is a lovely bomber jacket that I've made. Now, apologies, I did make this up in a ruby for a previous TV show. However, this is the Piccadilly, and so you can make a lovely jacket.
That is really cool.
Really, really cool.
I like that.
Use on style, oversize.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's the Piccadilly in sage. Now, I've also got it in a few other colours.
Yeah. So if we do the limited colours first, so the ones, is it going to be amber? That's going to be. So you've got the amber colour here, and this is really, really pretty. It's not an overtly, it's a rust colour, so it's not an overtly orange.
No, sure.
Colour, but it's really, really pretty. And again, you've got that basket weave print going through. But these are genuine vintage Italian.
Amazing, cool, really nice. What does that mean, vintage? When you say vintage?
So vintage, anything to be classed as vintage has to be over, I think it's 50 years old.
Oh, really?
Whereas when people now bang around...
I'm vintage.
Yeah. Well, it's when people bang around this thing, especially like when they say 90s vintage.
Yes.
You can't have 90s vintage.
No,
because
quite.
It's not actually technically vintage.
Okay.
So it has to be of a certain age to be called.
But I suppose if you're 21, then the 90s were 1,000 years ago.
They should just be put in a box and told to just, I don't know.
What colour is this?
So this is the fawn colour.
Fawn. Caramel?
Oh, this is this is caramel.
Caramel.
Sorry.
This is caramel.
And then we've also got chocolate, which is next to you there.
Yes.
So if we put these 3 browns on top of one another, so this is your chocolate colour here. So that one that Stuart's just put on there, that's the amber. Then you've got the chocolate, and then you've got the caramel, and then we've got one which is called fawn, which is a mid-tone in between these two. That's the fawn.
That's a plain one, though, isn't it?
No.
No, it's not actually. Sorry.
So that's the fawn.
We'll put fawn in. There's fawn. That's lovely. Do you make dungarees out of this?
Yeah, can make absolutely. And
Dungarees would be fun.
This is great for soft furnishes as well, especially if you want that sort of like really cool sort of like retro look.
Yeah.
Without overtly going right the way back.
Sure. Can we put details for the chocolate as well, please, Ben? That chocolate is really rich. That's sort of like your proper cocoa nibs.
Yeah, really, really nice. And again, it's just lifted. It almost looks like a bronze gilt leaf coming out of it. It looks almost metallic, this one.
Yeah, and look at that RRP, $24.99 per metre. You're getting this at the bargain price of $15.99 a metre. It's gorgeous. Right, and then last of all, in the corduroys, I have blue.
Yeah. So this one, just a heads up, this is extremely, extremely, extremely limited.
5 metres left, in fact.
There's not an awful lot of this at all. It's a really enticing aquamarine colour.
Oh, yeah. Now, I really could see a pair of, like, oversized dungarees in this.
Yeah.
Would be lovely. Very Lucy and Yak. Gorgeous. Yep. Very nice. Okay, that's that. I've also got some denims. I want to grab these two because they're really cool. And I think, have you used something? Yes, you have in your quilt,
so
in your denim quilt.
So this one we've never had on Sewing Street before. So this is the blue check. Now these are Italian denims. And really, really, really high-end quality denim. Ooh. These are 150 centimetres wide as well. So we have 2 different checks. So we've got the blue and we've also got the red version.
So this is the blue that I'm going to show you first of all. That is absolutely stunning. Bag makers, dressmakers, but also Alistair's done this fabulous braid quilt using the blue in the borders.
Yeah. So you've got the blue in the borders, and I've also used it here inside here. And what I would do with this, rather than thinking quilts on a bed or on a sofa, that type of thing, I've said this and I will eventually get to it, but I've got to go and visit Kim so she can show me how to do all the layering and doing all the backings and stuff. But I'm going to use this as a rug.
I was going to say a floor cloth. Yeah. Perfect.
Because
I would do exactly the same.
Really, or I might actually hang this as a headboard behind my bed.
Yeah.
I love denim in general.
Yeah.
And I just think all the different denims are just really, really nice.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely stunning. I would definitely finish that as a floor rug. Here it is. It is really, really gorgeous. Italian denim, blue check, really different, and $18.99 for 1 metre. We'll just hold it up so you can see what you're getting for the price. It's a big piece of fabric.
Yeah.
You get loads.
So this will make, even if, for instance, you were only using this as a little patch pocket on, say you were doing something in chambray, and you were just wanting some little bits of detailing with this, really, really fantastic fabric to use.
Absolutely
and
gorgeous.
It's a fantastic, beautiful weight as well.
Now, next up, we've got the red check version.
Yeah.
And red, I would say it is more of a kind of burnt orange, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see that this is a surface print that's been on it. You can see actually here in the selvage edge that it is a vivid red when it was printed, as well as it's a turquoise colour, but it actually becomes a little bit more muted when it's printed on the indigo. And again, you've got this red check coming through. But again, I've never seen anything on the market. Printed denim, I just don't see.
No.
I've seen a chambray printed, but not an actual proper denim.
Sure, and this is that kind of jacket weight, jeans weight.
Yep.
Oh, a pair of jeans in these would be really fabulous, wouldn't they?
Or if you've got an old pair of jeans and you just want to, you know, zhoosh them up a bit, put a turn up, a wide turn up on the bottom, but using this.
Very cool.
And maybe change the patch pocket on the back. Take one of them off so you've got that perfect indigo pocket, and then change the other one on the other side, and then you'll be really hip.
Oh, cool. I dream of being really hip.
There
I
you
think
go,
actually
you need some of
saying
that.
really hip makes you not hip. Kids don't say that now, do they? Say, that's Riz? That's lit?
Yeah, well, my son sent me something on text saying MHM. And I won't tell him this, but I actually had to Google slang, like young person slang, to figure out what on earth he was saying.
MHN, what does it mean?
It's sort of, well, from what I understand, it's sort of like you're saying, sure, right.
Okay.
Like, uh-huh.
Oh.
Or I'm listening. And I'm like, well, which one is it? You know, it could be many things. I think he's being sarcastic. That's just my fatherly.
Let's do Paisley chambray next. Now, this is very much like shirting weight. Absolutely gorgeous to make a shirt or a dress with.
Yeah, and it's got these beautiful tiny, it's almost like a polka dot effect, but you've got these tiny little Paisley little swirls here. Really, really nice. A really, really, really nice weight. And again, using just one fabric, you've got the printed side and you've got the reverse, which is just a complete plain. So you're not getting any transfer of the print coming through at the back. So what you could do is you could use the print and you could use your panel pieces, and then you're just using one fabric, but you've got two different types.
Yeah, clever, like it. Pocket tops or contrast cuffs, things like that. It's lovely, really, really soft and fluid as well. That is gorgeous. That's the Paisley chambray. Now, I am very, very taken with this. I would
the chambray stripe.
I would love a shirt in this. Genuinely, it's gorgeous.
And it's a very, very, very micro stripe. You almost have to get so close up to see it.
Have a look. It is really, really gorgeous. That is stunning. And again, so soft, fluid, feels cool, would make the most beautiful shirts, or a shirt-waisted dress.
Yep. It really, pinafore dress, all sorts of different things, but it is so super, super soft. 100% cotton as well. And for that price, I haven't even been able to find anything that's denim that's interesting, like a stripe or a print or what have you. On my travels, these are the things that I've collected and found.
And is this the same width as before, so about 59 inches wide?
Yeah, it's 150 centimetres wide.
Amazing. That's
really big
good.
pieces.
Because it makes a massive difference when you're buying quantity, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it means that in actual fact, sometimes when a pattern says you need 4 metres or 5 metres, they're going by the old dressmaking lengths.
Yes.
But when you're actually doing a lay, if you've got 150 and you're cutting it on the double, it makes all the difference. It means that you can relax a little bit when you're actually putting, you're not having to squeeze it into what have you. And also those commercial patterns, they're not allowing for a home sewer to lay their pattern pieces out. They're doing it from a professional point of view, where they're showing you the lay and they're expecting everyone to, you know, fit it in with a centimetre tolerance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is gorgeous. I do not have much of that at all. I've probably got enough for about 8 or 10 customers. So if you love that striped chambray, do be quick. Okay, last couple. This is a beautiful denim.
This is a really cool one.
Really
so we call this barcode denim. Now, I'll just get my scissors out. So the best thing to sort of do, if you see...
If I just move this down for a second, hang on.
If you just cut through these... what you can do.
Oh, wow.
So
Oh, I like
it's
that.
Really, really cool. So you can create a little bit of fringing. So you can have it as it is.
So these are like long threads forming these
Yeah.
barcodes.
And it's purposely done, as you can see, throughout the whole denim. But you can cut through these, and the more it washes, the more fantastic patina will get on this, and
Oh, I
really,
like
really,
that.
really cool.
I like
It's
that a
really
lot.
different type of thing. So you could make a jacket. When you're sewing it up, these will all be intact, and then you can just get your little embroidery snips and just snip through them if you wanted to. Or just did every other one.
I like that a lot. Weight-wise, this is kind of jeans jacket weight.
Yeah, so I would say this is a good 6 to 8 ounce.
Yeah. So sturdy denim. Also fantastic for things like backpacks, bags, hold-alls, that sort of thing. So if you're a bag maker like me, bean bags.
Bean bags, a teenager's bean bag, really, really cool. This is actually, what I'll do on another show, I will show you how to make this, but this is actually made out of a rectangle.
Okay.
And it's a really clever way of sewing it, and then it becomes a big giant triangle, pyramid.
Yes. Is it like the triangular pattern weights that you can make?
Oh, I
sort of
couldn't
fold?
possibly tell you that.
Couldn't possibly say. Couldn't possibly say.
But that is really, that in a teenager, or, I mean, I say teenager because children nowadays, even at the age of 6, seem to be full-on teenager mode. So they're just, their little minds are getting younger. My son was cute up until about, I would say, 6. And then we started getting a bit more...
Oh, really?
Yeah,
A bit more swagger.
Yeah, now he's nearly 16. I'm shipping him off.
He'll come back though. He'll come back, won't he? He'll go back to
Really?
being cute. I think so. Like all the kids in my family went through that stage where nobody wanted to be around them and they didn't want to be around anybody apart from their mates. And now they've come back to that kind of gorgeousness that they were. It's a phase. He says, I'm not a parent, so I wouldn't know. I haven't had to go through it.
Oh no, honestly, it's the amount of my kitchen is void of crockery because most of it is living or festering in his bedroom.
Festering, I like that. Ooh, don't even go
Yeah.
there. Let's finish with the calico because this is absolutely fab. I've never seen calico this wide, Alistair. This is 200 and I want to say 30.
It's 238 centimetres
38,
wide.
which is mega. It's almost 2.5 meters wide. So 1 meter of this is huge. Let's open it out and show everybody just how big. And if you're going to use this for something like a quilt backing, I would pre-wash it because there is always a little bit of shrinkage with things like calico. But give it a wash first. You could dye this, you could print on it, you could paint on it.
Yeah.
You can use this for toiles.
It's really, really, really versatile, and again, it's a medium weight, so it's a really, really good weight, and it's really, really wide. And also, as I said, this is great to put on your table for when you're cutting out your dressmaking patterns. Even if you're using cotton or like a voile or whatever you're using, this is a fantastic thing to use. Also, when you're not using it as a craft product, if you put it on your table and then put your tablecloth on top of it, it stops your tablecloth from slipping all over the place. So it's a really useful product.
I'm also thinking for the summer, a garden teepee.
Yeah.
For the kids to play.
Well, there's
in.
another tradition that Kim does in her house. Is she every Christmas she does a table runner in plain calico, and she allows so she can document the grandkids and also the adults, and they can draw on it.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's things that maybe were funny at the Christmas table
Sure.
or whatever, and it's all annotated all over the runner. And that's a really nice thing. Think about people's birthdays, your bar mitzvahs, all sorts of different things.
Yeah, fab. It's brilliant fabric. Do you know, the amount of this calico that you have bought today is incredible. I thought we would have plenty for the whole morning. The bad news is that I am getting down to low double figures, and yeah, okay, so at the moment there's about 40 of you with this in your basket. I suspect that at least half of you are multi-buying at least a couple of meters. Now what I need to say loud and clear is we do not have that. We do not have that. So if you want to get yourself a couple of metres or even 1 metre, I would just bob it in your basket and check out now at $12.99 for almost 2.5 metres width of calico. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Alistair, it's been an absolute pleasure. So nice to see you. Have a safe journey home.
Will do.
And when are you back?
I am back on the 8th.
Fab.
So,
May.
yeah, so because of birthday, our shows have all been muddled up.
Okay, bit higgledy-piggledy.
Yeah, but we seem to be on every week at the moment. But
oh, well, keep bringing this fabulous stuff and more of those swatch books, please.
We'll
but
try.
Different ones, obviously. Right, well, listen, we need to take a short break, but after the break, Katharine Wright is here with the most gorgeous quilt. Oh, my goodness. This is the Sundara Oasis quilt, and you won't believe the price. It's going to blow your socks off. So stick around. See you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
I am back with the fabulous Katharine Wright.
Hello.
So good to see you. It's been ages.
I know.
You have got the most wonderful quilt to share with us.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Totally loving it. Totally loving it. The colours are joyful.
They really are.
One of my favourite, in fact, pansies and bearded irises are some of my favourite garden flowers.
So these are the colours. Irises
the
are
purples,
my
the
favourite.
blues, the greens, beautiful, so beautiful. And I know as well there are a lot of purple fans, quilters out there. Everything's purple.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every guild has got their purple girl. And it is such a beautiful combination, but adding in that sky blue, just gorgeous.
It's so pretty.
Absolutely fab. You're going to break it down for us today.
Absolutely.
You've promised me this is nothing like as difficult as we think it might be.
Oh, God, no, not at all.
Love that. Right, let's have a look at the kit. It is a massive box full of fabric. This is a lot deeper than our usual box kits. This is all from Dena Designs, and she designs for Free Spirit. She is an illustrator. She does the most gorgeous fabric ranges. I'm going to dive in. I don't know how to get in because this... Oh, here we go. Because it's such a different box to normal. Come on, dive in with me. Well, first of all, you get your pattern, completely free pattern included. You've got your template for the centre diamond.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, look, I'm already seeing this is easy. This is easy, almost log cabin style.
Yeah.
Love that. Okay. Now, my heart rate has gone down. Because at first I was thinking, oh, I don't know, I'm a little bit anxious about piecing diamonds, genuinely, because it's not within my normal.
And often diamonds have inset seams, don't they?
Yeah.
This does not.
Oh.
No inset seams.
Yummy. Okay, cool. Right, I'm going to need both hands. This is a big old brick of fabric. Right, let's dive in. What did you think when you got the kit?
Oh, I got really excited because it is a massive box.
Yes.
Never had a quilt kit that big. No, it's lovely.
Oh, yes. This is yummy. I love the fact that the ribbon even coordinates.
I always save all those ribbons.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes. So, this is gorgeous.
Now that, Stuart, is actually your binding. But what I would do is not use that for binding.
Correct.
I would use something different
and
save that because it's too nice.
Oh, I totally, okay, so, right, total agreement. I'm going to make a couple of cushions to go with the quilt.
Yes.
Yeah, my scraps plus these,
Yep.
for sure, agreed. Right, let's have a look at the rest of the fabrics. But that is very typical of Dena Designs. You do get those fabulous designs there from her. This is gorgeous. So you've got these wonderful, this is almost like an ikat style. Dena Designs always have this sort of style in them where the colours almost bleed and blend. Absolutely beautiful. Totally gorgeous. And then you've got these coordinating Free Spirit solids, which are really going to make your...
Well, they match perfectly.
They do. And also as well, they're so important in the design because they make the diamonds pop.
They do.
That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, our price is starting at $199.99. This is a huge quilt kit, and the quilt itself is 183 centimetres by 188 centimetres. So, the best part of 2 metres square. So it's a really good size quilt, 72 inches by 74 inches. So actually that's going to go on a single, double, queen size quilt. Really lovely throw size for a big sofa. Let's give you a special price on this quilt. It is absolutely beautiful. So many of you have it in your baskets. It's checkout time, £30 off, £169.99. That is absolutely brilliant. It's on split pay, £56.66 today to get it home. Now, I think it's really important that we jump straight into a demo here, Katharine.
Yes.
Because I think we all want to see how easy this is to piece.
Yep.
Is that all right with you?
Absolutely, no problem at all. So, your first thing you're going to do is you're going to cut your diamonds. We've got a nice template for it. It's the right size. No having to scale anything up. Now, I have used template plastic and I'd really recommend it. So I've traced off my template and you can see that I've drawn from corner to corner to give myself a central point and a central line.
Like a bullseye.
This is so that I can line it up on my fabric and all these diamonds are going to be pretty much the same because that's what you want.
Because they're
We're
all
fussy cutting. We're fussy cutting.
Brilliant.
You don't have to
can I
fussy
just
cut it,
mention at home, by the way, since that price drop, it's gone wild. Everyone is flocking in. Don't miss out because you're watching the demo. Pop it through, check out your basket, sit back and relax and know that your quilt kit is safe. Sorry, Katharine.
No problem at all. No, don't. It's too nice. So you've got that cross and so you can decide... On my little paisley kind of thing, there's like a sort of funny little blue bit, and that's where my central cross went on each one. And then my central line makes sure I'm going through the centre of each one.
So you're consistent every time.
So you're consistent every time. Now, the thing you've got to watch, they're quite close together. So just as you cut it out, try not to go too far past. Because on my early ones, I did, and I was a little bit rotary cutter happy. And then I was like, oh, I'm a bit too snug next to that one. You've got enough and you've got extra, but you wouldn't want to lose too many extra. That's you know, just my little tip for you. So you get your template in place and we're just going to go round.
So it's just where you're cutting beyond the line that you've got to be careful.
Yeah.
I suppose you could always mark around with a friction pen and then
Absolutely,
scissor cut or
you
something
could.
like that. Christine's absolutely loving it. She says, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. I'm just going to leave that there for a moment. And Katharine, Katharine Wright. It's
Am I not gorgeous?
It's all in the same sentence.
that's
so
all
I
right
think the
then.
gorgeous
That's all
covers
right.
both of us. That elephant fabric is stunning. Wow. She says the quilt is awesome. It really is, Christine.
Well,
Nice to
quite
hear
get the
from
bottom
you.
there. It's because I'm... when I did these at home, and I cut quite a lot, well, at the craft centre, I like to use the edge of a table or a corner, because then you can go around the different sides to go, so you're always going straight.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Can't do that here. I'm kind of doing things at weird angles, which isn't ideal.
Rotating
So,
cutting mat.
yeah.
I was going to say rotating
Rotating cutting mat or round the edge of the table.
Susan from Merseyside says, morning all, beautiful colours in this quilt. I would make it into a quilt cover with a plain backing and poppers at the top.
That's a nice idea.
That idea. My father-in-law actually used one of my fabric ranges to create a patchwork duvet cover.
lovely.
And it is beautiful. Claudia from Surrey says, hi Stuart and Catherine. Like you, Catherine, I keep all the ribbons and use them.
Oh, you can't waste them.
You can't. You can't waste them.
So you can see I have cut out a lot and they're all looking pretty similar. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's how to get your placement.
Oh, just while you're there, Catherine, I can't resist. I love the fussy cut, and then just because look.
That's so nice. So you could buy the kit and just do something totally different.
Look, we've got one
Oh,
more.
make the star.
Come on, Stuart, finish the job.
Oh, that's so
Look
nice.
at that. I couldn't resist, Catherine.
No, I actually really like that.
But we're not doing that
We're
quilt
not,
today.
no, just to upset everybody. Okay, I would recommend best pressing these diamonds when you're done.
Now, I do have Best Press on the hour. We'll come to this shortly and I'll give you details. But Best Press is going to keep your fabrics stable.
Yes, it is. And I think you can spend a happy half hour laying them out on your ironing board and giving them a spray and ironing them, don't you? I was quite enjoying doing that.
I agree with you. I agree, yeah. Well, I've always said, whatever the job, you need to find a way to love every part of the process. So if you're not keen on ironing, adding in your favourite music or podcast in the background or a lovely scented spray while you're ironing, if it can make the experience more pleasant.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Absolutely. Now, our borders of our diamonds are 2.5-inch strips. So I got my stripology ruler out, whizzed them out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you've got one of those, or I would recommend using it because all the borders are all the same and then you can chop them into the length it tells you to. There is a little key on the back to follow. Saying that, I think I got my first one wrong looking at the actual one, but it actually doesn't matter, does it? All the fabrics go together so well. I actually think, looking at it really carefully, they're all different.
Oh, every diamond?
Well, I can't see two the same. I've been standing and having a look, and I can't see
copy
two the same.
exact, or you can do your own
Absolutely,
thing, right?
absolutely. So what we're going to do first is we're going to do the short strips. Let me just get my orientation correct. It's that way. Now, you need to offset your strip slightly because we're going to trim them. So make sure that the one is the more acute angle like that, you're overlapping more.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I would never have thought of doing that.
First one I did wrong. I will confess the first one I didn't get it offset quite enough. So just watch out. It's your sort of pointy end. You need to offset it a little more than this end. And it does tell you to. It just doesn't tell you how much to offset it by. So if you're not sure, just lay it out like this, and you can just check. Am I going to get it off? Okay, yes.
Good tip.
Okay. So that one's going to go that way. So we're going to put those two on first.
Now,
I always do it wrongly at least once, just so everybody else can get it right.
Absolutely. I always recommend doing a test block for
Yes.
everything, even the simplest. Do a test block just to check. Now, Ben is known around town as the deal fairy. Okay, he's always doing these little sneaky, would you like an extra? He says it in my ear, and you might sometimes see me going, that's me saying, yes, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, Ben. Let's do it.
Ooh.
Now, you've just saved yourself £50 on this quilt kit, and everybody who's already checked out their baskets, loads of you have, you are making that extra £20 saving as well. You are welcome, and thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I think we should actually, can we just go into the gallery and just give us a wave, Deal Fairy? There he is. There he is. Well done. And Ollie directing. Thank you. Right, excellent.
Okay, so I've got my short strips on there. We're going to sew these on with a 1/4 inch seam. So I've got my 1/4 inch foot on, make it nice and accurate. I've come to the conclusion that all quilt making, best press and 1/4 inch seam, and it all goes well.
Totally.
They're your two things really that I think are probably essential.
I agree, and the best and good pressing. You know, it's hard to put it into words, but when you do it, it makes such a difference. Steph sent a lovely message actually about best pressing, and she says, I do a lot of quilt as you go, and I started best pressing the cover strips which go over the seams. It works so well, and there's no more stretching, and it's easier to, I mean, more accurate and more fun and easier is ticking every box for me. Thanks for that, Steph. It's what we want, isn't it?
Absolutely. Okay.
Now, since that price dropped, lots more of you checking out your baskets. Again, don't miss out, will you? This is an absolutely beautiful quilt kit, and you're making a massive £50 saving. I love the fact that they've had to use an extra specially big box because you get so many beautiful fabrics. Your P&P is just the same, even though it's a really big, heavy box. And just look at all these incredible fabrics that you get included, plus your pattern, of course. If you think about, you know, having to buy a pattern for £9.99, that means £140 for all of your fabric to make a 72 by 75 inch quilt. Absolutely amazing value. Thanks, Catherine.
I think it was 80 something inch.
Was it? Beg
bigger.
your pardon. Was it 80 something inches? 74.
Oh, sorry, I'm not listening.
It's all right. No, it's all right. I was just thinking.
Oh no, it was
72 by
I'm thinking of
74.
centimetres. Sorry.
All right.
Okay, so I've got my little short strips on, and you are then going to line it up with the edge of your diamond. Trim that down. So you haven't got to find any like weird and wonderful places on your cutting mat to do this. You're just using the edge of your diamond to get your shape.
Got you.
Okay, and then we've got our other one on, and it's the same idea here. The pointier end overlap more.
Gotcha.
Because when you're opening it out, yeah, that's where you're going to do it.
Yes.
And as long as you go with that, you're going to be absolutely fine.
You know, this is a really simple and straightforward quilt to make, isn't it?
It is. But looks seriously impressive.
I looked at it at the start and thought, oh, I love it, but would that challenge me? Because, you know, I like a nice, easy quilt.
I think we all quite do, really,
Yeah.
don't we? A bit of a whiz it up.
Now I'm looking, thinking,
You can whiz
I
it
could
up.
whiz that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Love it. Excellent demo of the method, though, Catherine, which really helps. I do think the best press is your secret weapon, though, because that's going to
Definitely.
control any stretching on those strips. Like Steph said in her message, the spray starch alternative makes your fabric behave itself.
I mean, it's nice fabric. It's all the same weight, so that's not an issue, but it just gives it that little bit of extra accuracy, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
What I quite like as well is when you have done your block, it's a good size, you know?
Oh, it is.
It feels, you see, that was my practice one. It's a good size.
So what do you do? 39 blocks.
39, yeah, of your diamonds.
But I'm thinking, when you've cut your strips out, and if you use your stripology, I mean, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
You 39 template, diamond templates. That might take you an hour or two just to get them all fussy cut. But I mean, that's nothing in the great.
The templates, that was your trickiest bit. Just
Yeah.
making sure you're getting your diamonds right. But even, I mean, I did a good stack and it didn't take me very long. Once I'd got myself sorted where exactly I was positioning it. And I got it out of the box at home and looked and I was like, oh no, I'm going to wait till I've got my stripology ruler. I'm not waiting till, I'm not going to do it and take that extra time. I know I've got my stripology, we'll go right in there.
Yeah.
And I've decided that an extra large rotary cutter is really good to use with the stripology ruler.
Yes.
You got me onto those.
Did I?
Yes, because you said you liked a large
Yeah,
one.
I do. Well, any strip cutting, any border cutting, because the bigger the blade, the round, the quicker you get through it.
But because it's a bigger blade with the stripology ruler, I just find I'm getting through the fabric better.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yep, they are great. So that's round one done.
So that's round one done. We're going to do the same thing with the second round. Blocks are good.
And if you think round one perhaps takes 10 minutes to sew it on and press it, round two is probably going to take about the same amount of time. So I think if you think of this as a 30-minute block, I don't know if you do this, Catherine, but whenever I'm making a quilt, I sort of roughly time myself per block so that I know how long it's going to take me to make the quilt.
And then do you try and beat your PB?
Not really. I mean, you're right, though, as you do a few more. I mean, it's not...
You do get faster, don't you?
You do. Sometimes it's just nice to know, isn't it, if you've got like a week off work and you think, oh, I want to do this, just how to pace yourself.
Yeah. You see, the thing is, Stuart, I rarely finish a quilt.
Oh,
I'm terrible.
I don't do UFOs. Do you have lots of UFOs? Do you?
I probably have more UFOs than finished things, to be fair. I'm very naughty. At the moment, I'm in the process of clearing my loft out.
Okay.
As my husband says, so that I can put my sewing stuff up there.
Okay.
And I can hide some of the UFOs.
Sure. And for you, what turns a project into a UFO? Why do you end with a UFO?
Sometimes I have over the years come to the conclusion that a lot of the fun for me is working it out how to do it.
Right.
And especially, if there's a problem and I can't quite work out how to get a good result. Once I've worked out how to do it, I don't then need to actually finish the whole thing.
Gotcha.
It's like, oh, I've solved that, that's okay.
So you're more of a process than an end.
I'm getting better because a lot of the things now that I devise, I will turn into a pattern.
Oh.
I actually have to finish.
Yes. You do.
And I have a lovely lady called Caroline who's my graphic designer and who lays it up and makes everything look lovely. And she's very much a finisher. Mm-hmm. So she kind of makes me. She makes me get to the end.
Yeah.
Because it's that last bit when I'm like, okay, I'm ready to do 2 or 3 other new things. And she's like, no, come on, we've got to get this out. And luckily, she gets me over the finish line. So I'm kind of getting better.
Good.
I'm a work in progress myself.
And I always say, if you enjoy the process, you don't have to finish everything. If you've learnt what you needed to learn, achieve what you needed to achieve with that project, stop there.
Yes. I also need deadlines. If I've got to make something, somebody says, oh no, it doesn't matter when, they'll never ever get
Right.
it. If they said I need it a week on Tuesday, no problem.
Right, fair enough.
It's funny, isn't it?
Oh, I'm always interested to hear what kind of motivates people or holds people back. I often think things become UFOs when you hit a problem. So I think,
Can be, yeah.
and then you never go back to it if you don't solve the problem first. So I always say, like, to knitters, if you say you're working on like an aran and you make a mistake on a row, I know it's really annoying, but unpick that row. You do not have to correct it at that point, but you have to unpick it back.
Yeah.
Because if you don't unpick it back, who wants to go back to a problem?
Yes.
No one wants to pick up a problem.
No, you need to do it when you see it. Yeah.
Deal with it and then put it. But you won't put it to one side because once you've solved the problem, you'll carry on.
Okay, so this is...
I am very motivated to make this quilt now, seeing how straightforward it is. This looks great.
Have you had a good look at the different quilting on this one as well? It's really cool.
I think we should have a better look at it for sure. We will. Should we have a little look now?
Yeah, yeah.
While you're trimming. There's some gorgeous designs actually.
So they've done the same thing on these on the first round, like a little fleur de lis almost, haven't they? And up the thing. But what I really like is in the diamonds on the second rounds, they've done different patterns.
Yeah.
And mixed it up, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? So sort of walking foot, 2 straight lines, about 1/2 inch in from the edge in both directions. And that would be step 1 with quilting, to stabilise the entire quilt. Once that's done, you can get rid of all the pins or anything else that's holding it together. And then they've gone in, and this is like wishbone quilting, zigzags here, vermicelli in some. This is almost like a rope.
Yes, yeah. That's like a little squirrel. But someone's had a lot of fun with that, haven't they, I think?
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, really nice.
And I always think it's quite nice if you, as you know, I'm not a massive fan of quilting, but if you can kind of maybe have a go at something you've not done before, then I think it's nice.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Jan's messaged in for you. She says, morning, everyone. See you later, Catherine. Lemon drizzle tonight.
Oh, Jan, she knows that's one of my favourites.
Is Jan...
Jan comes to my dressmaking class and she made the fatal error on the first week of bringing cake, which is fantastic. We love her cake. But now she's started, she can't stop, you see.
Of course, of course.
Because we're expecting it now.
Yeah.
Bless her. And she makes the most amazing cakes.
Oh, Jan. What about me?
Tuesday night dressmaking is the best because we all get a cake.
I want to come.
We only
That's tonight then, yeah?
That's tonight, yes.
Cool.
She also makes some really lovely clothes.
Fab. Fab. So lemon drizzle. Anything else in the repertoire? I'm all I can think about
she
is
did
cake
she
now.
did a fantastic whole orange clementine cake that used whole oranges in it, and it was very dense but really moist.
And you got whole oranges.
It had I think they started. I don't know exactly how she did it. I think it had whole oranges that were almost like boiled, pulped down.
Right.
There was so much fruit in it. And it was very dense but very moist. Absolutely lovely.
Lovely.
It was.
I
don't know if I'm
orange
concentrating on
polenta cake.
Yes, I think she's done that. She does quite a lot of citrusy ones. I really like citrusy flavours, so that's cool. I don't know. She did try a healthy flapjack one week. It wasn't quite as good, but it was still good.
Flapjack. Yum.
It's just to let you know, Jan, it's a full class this week. There's 8. It's fully booked, so make sure you bring enough.
Oh, that sounds like you need to do 2 cakes.
No, she always brings loads.
Catherine, why couldn't this be Wednesday and then you could have brought the leftovers with you?
I was, because, well,
you
yes, I
wouldn't.
could have.
You
I'd have given,
wouldn't.
sometimes the leftovers go in my children's lunch boxes the
Do
next
they?
day, yeah.
I think children get enough. I think adult TV presenters don't get
It
enough.
depends. It depends if Jan and her husband are dieting or not.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I have to remember not to have too much tea on a Tuesday so that I've got room for the cake.
Absolutely, pace yourself. We went for a Brazilian barbecue the other day.
Oh.
And normally, I mean, I can't function without breakfast. But because I knew I was having that for lunch, nothing.
What
And
is
then-
the difference between a Brazilian barbecue and other barbecues?
So what they have is they have the most amazing sort of salad bar.
Yes.
So you go and help yourself, and they were absolutely terrific. It was in Beverley. And then the waiters come round constantly with these skewers of different barbecues. So there could be steak, there could be chicken, there could be lamb, and so on. And they come round, and then they, at the table, and you have these coasters that are green on one side and red on the other.
Oh,
So if
okay.
it's green, they'll keep coming to you.
And you want it, yeah?
But if you turn it over to red, they just leave you alone.
Oh, cool.
So you can kind of just pace yourself and you keep topping up your salads. Delicious.
That sounds really good. I went to university in Hull, which is very near Beverley.
Oh,
we used
Hull
to go
is
to
one of my
Beverley.
favourite cities. Gorgeous. Ben. I can't believe this. Absolutely loads of you have checked out your baskets on this one, but we had a big quantity of these, and we have heard that we can do another price drop. Oh my goodness. Go on, go for it. Amazing. Wow. Someone else has just literally checked. That's amazing.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing. Wow. 134.99, down from 199.99. Look at your split pay. 44.99 is your split pay. Actually, Ben is normally really up. He's saying, wow. Brilliant. Even we're surprised. That's amazing. That's going to sell out at that price. Loads of you checking out your baskets now. Loads of you coming in for it. I haven't seen a quilt kit of this quality at that size and this price. That is phenomenal. Grab this while you can, won't you? It's not going to hang about. It's not going to hang about.
Right, so there's that block.
Block made.
Block made.
Amazing.
They get joined together on the diagonal. So it's straight rows. No weird cornery things to worry about. Yeah, straight rows. And so then when you're putting your rows together, the only bits you're matching will be, and it's not a point, it's just a normal seam.
That's amazing.
Easy.
It's really lovely.
I'm going to make another one. We've got time, haven't we?
Yes, please. And deceptively simple. Can I just ask, Catherine, I mean, I've had a sneaky look at the pattern. When it comes to the edge,
Yes.
are we having to make half blocks, quarter
No,
blocks?
we're just going to trim it down. So you put them all together in your rows. So you will have, along that top edge, when you put them together, you'll have that. So some are sticking up.
Got you.
So you'll just trim it down. You can save these bits and like
Thinking some
improv
lovely
piece them.
cushions. Yeah. Here it is, you see, on the pattern. Very easy to do. So you just have it sort of almost jagged edge and then trim around. Or, can I just say, if you wanted to, and you wanted to make this bigger, I would follow this, but then I would maybe get a few extra cotton solids. I mean, these are Free Spirit solids. Ours are Rose and Hubble. But you could mix and match, and you could add an extra row of maybe like, I don't know, something like a deep plum or purple, right, all the way around, and then trim. So you didn't lose any of the Dena design, and you'd have a border almost, and it would be bigger.
And these kits, I find, I mean, I haven't cut the whole thing on this one, but I cut a lot of it. You get loads of fabric
Very
over
generous.
usually. So you might easily find that you've got extra fabric to do that with.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Now, I do need to urge you to check out your baskets because the numbers are dwindling before my very eyes. We've had an unprecedented price drop today. I think the sun is shining. Lots of people are out and about, so there are some chances But I need to tell you that every single quilt kit that I've got remaining is in baskets. Now, it's good news because I am not oversubscribed or over-allocated at the moment, but I am literally there. I have got one quilt kit for every person who's got this in their basket, but no more. No more. So if one more person puts this in their basket and checks out, then one of you who has this in your basket now will lose out. This is a massive price saving. You're actually saving £65.
Wow.
Now that will cover your backing. That's your backing paid for easily. Or your wadding, your thread, possibly both. It depends how you back your quilts. But that is a massive saving. Don't miss out, will you? We are now oversubscribed, so check out.
I'm so busy chatting to you, I've picked up the wrong size ones here. I'm putting the wrong size on. But it doesn't matter because I'll just fiddle it round.
You've got plenty.
I have got plenty. Yes.
Such a lovely one. Paula says, I'm loving the demo. Could you offset alternate sewing diamond lines, please? Could you offset alternate sewing diamond lines, please? Not quite sure what you mean, Paula. Are we talking the seam allowances, offsetting them? Or just send me another message, Paula, and just... My brows are furrowed.
I'm not quite sure.
No.
Exactly what she's
Bit of
meaning by
clarification,
that.
please, Paula, and then we'll definitely answer your question, for sure. Love that. I'm definitely inspired to try piecing diamonds now.
Well, this is an easy way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah. And of course, diamonds are a girl's best friend.
They're forever.
And they're forever. They are.
My garden is all these colours in spring.
Oh, how beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, I have a lot of at the moment, forget-me-nots. And the alliums are starting to come out, and bluebells, got loads of bluebells.
Lovely.
And geraniums, but I mean like the proper geraniums, not the pelargoniums. And they're all purples, different shades of purple.
Wow.
It's my favourite time of year in my garden.
I learned something the other day about bluebells that I didn't know. I thought they sort of like spread like weeds and, you know, put one down and in like a year's time you'll have a garden full. They are actually incredibly slow to spread. So when you see like bluebell woodlands, they have taken decades, if not centuries, to build up and grow. I never realised that they are, I mean, we know these things are precious, but you know when you look and think, oh, I bet they spread like wildfire.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. But they're beautiful.
Oh,
Love
lovely.
them. We went to see some family over Easter and went for a walk in Bluebell Woods near them. Oh, it's so nice.
Gorgeous. Now, oh gosh, about 40% of the remaining stock that I had about 2 minutes ago is now gone. It's off my screen. It's checked out, which means now we have got probably about 35–40% left of the stock, way oversubscribed. I think by the end of the show, we'll be looking at a sellout. I've got a really, really good question here from Bex. To start with, sending you lots of love, because she says, morning all, what a great show today. I recently had 3 procedures on my shoulder and I'm struggling to get my sojo back. Any tips?
Oh, I would say start with something nice and easy that you know you can do that isn't too challenging. I'm assuming things like cutting, maybe rotary cutting things could be tricky, maybe. If your shoulder's not great, my shoulder's not great at the moment, so I sympathise. So maybe do something that doesn't really require a lot of cutting. Do some like crumb piecing or improvised piecings where you don't have to be accurate, where it doesn't matter and you can chop it up with scissors.
I like that.
Yeah.
I love that. Something a bit playful and fun.
Yeah, and a quick project, something
Yeah.
that you can think, right, I'm going to do this in an afternoon, and just do it, be done, not take on something massive, but enjoy that process.
Yeah, even something wacky and completely out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Literally a bit of playtime, just to put a smile on your face.
Or, I mean, if you've got somewhere close by to you that does classes,
Yeah.
sign up for a class.
Yeah.
Because then you have to go along and do it. You'll probably meet some really nice people, but that will get you going again because you'll be with like-minded people.
I think that's smashing advice. Hope that helps. Now, Paula's messaged back in, and now it totally makes sense.
Oh, okay.
She says, what I mean is staggering the diamonds down so that you have a whole diamond meeting the junction of adjoining diamonds. So, can I just borrow yours for a second? So, thank you. So, kind of like that. So, they would meet like that. And you would have your next row. And I don't see any reason why you couldn't do that.
No, but you would have to do inset seams, wouldn't you?
You would still do your diagonal rows.
Oh, I see, but
And then you would just join
offset
them,
your rows.
offset the rows.
Oh, yeah.
Just offset the rows.
Yeah.
I suppose the thing is, at the end of the day, Bex, sorry, not Bex, Paula, if you just make your rows as in the kit, and then you can trial it, can't you? You could shift them, and if you like the look, go for it. If you don't like the look, just go back to the pattern. That's a cool idea. I like it. Now, Steph says, Spanish bluebells are the variety that are invasive. She gets them everywhere. So I didn't know there were Spanish bluebells. That's interesting. And Beck says, great, thank you for the tips. And typically, it's my right shoulder and I'm right-handed, so cutting out is still painful. Yeah. Yeah, so do something that is kind of easy cutting and doesn't require any accuracy. You do a lovely pattern for a crumb quilted bag, don't you?
I do, and that's literally, you can snip it up with scissors.
Yeah.
You know, take time over it, or just pull out your scraps.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Or do something non-sewing-y, you know, maybe something like, have you ever tried something like diamond dot painting or something like that? Or, you know...
Or some embroidery, some hand sewing that doesn't involve cutting at all, but is actually really nice and slow, and you can just do a tiny bit at a time. And then when your shoulder's better for cutting, if you'd embroidered something, you could then make it into something.
Yep. Now, Ben, how many Sundara Oasis? Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Right. There's nearly 90 of you with the quilt kit in your baskets.
Ooh.
I don't even have a third that many kits, okay? I've got less than 30 kits. So, I don't want any fights. I'm just glad we're not all in a shop together with 90 people trying to get the same.
It'd be handbags at dawn,
Okay,
wouldn't it?
could you all please, could shoppers all please make their way to the checkouts in an orderly fashion? I used to be the in-store announcer for Littlewoods.
Did you?
In their food hall. I used to have a little cubby hole with a microphone.
There's nothing you haven't done.
Oh, there's loads oh no, anyway, it was a giggle. I used to go in every 15 minutes. The rest of the time, I was on the deli counter slicing cheese. But every 15 minutes, I'd go off to my cubby hole. Oh, Beck says, thank you. I knew you two could help my favourites. Shush, don't tell the others.
I'm just going to cut the correct size for this. I wanted to use this green one because it's my favourite
Oh,
one.
it's gorgeous, that green fabric.
But since I did it the wrong way round, we'll just cut another.
It's almost like a bamboo screen, isn't it?
Yeah, and I just love the colour.
Yes.
I just love the colour.
It's just, yeah, it's kind of spring green, isn't it? Vibrant.
It is. It's that you know when the trees come out and they're really, really fresh?
Yep.
Yeah, it's my favourite time of year. It really is.
Yes.
When I get home this afternoon, I shall make a nice little cup of tea and go and sit down the bottom of the garden in the sunshine.
Ooh, gorgeous.
And then the laburnum is starting to come out.
Lovely, lovely. I love the wisterias that are out at the moment.
I've seen. I went to London with some of my sewing ladies, and there was this house that was covered. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
And it was in full bloom, and our ones at home weren't anywhere near.
No, it's normally a sort of mid-May flower, but it's been so warm this year.
Yeah, I love wisteria.
I used to live in Norfolk, and my house had a wisteria growing all the way around the whole house. Wow. And it was kind of over and under the upstairs windows. And it was, I mean, they only flower for a few weeks, don't they? The rest of the year, it's kind of branches. But
it's so worth it. It's really so worth it. I've got a little one that I'm trying to grow up my house. So I can't move house because I've got to live there long enough to see it being beautiful. Yeah.
It's a commitment. It really is.
That and a lilac tree I've planted because I love the smell of lilac.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
But
my
that's really
parents-in-law
small.
have got a lovely lilac tree in the garden. It's beautiful. Oh, this is left field, Steph. She says, "What's your favourite cheese, Stuart?"
Favourite cheese?
Favourite cheese? I adore anything strong. What's your favourite cheese?
I like all cheese, but given the choice,
Part mouse.
I am part mouse.
Charlie's part
I
mouse.
would literally eat nothing but cheese.
Yeah.
If I lived by myself, all I would eat is cheese and biscuits with a few crisps on the side. That'd be it. I'd never cook anything. But I'm very, very fond of like a blue cambazola.
You took the words literally out of my mouth. I was going to say cambazola. I love.
We need a cheese trip, Stuart.
We do. Or Black Sticks Blue, I love. That's delicious.
Yeah, I love cheese.
Or a really good cheddar.
Yeah,
really
but a
good
really
mature
nice,
cheddar.
like nutty, crumbly
Nutty,
one.
crumbly, quite sharp, delicious.
Years ago, we went to...
All I'm hearing in my ear is Dairy triangles.
What?
Honestly, if I could tell you, the classy guests that we get on this channel compared with who is sitting in that gallery, the Dairy twins.
At least they didn't say cheese strings.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Although there is something about nipping the top off it and squeezing like toothpaste. Squeezy cheese. Yum.
Years ago, I went to a restaurant with my brother down south somewhere. It would have been near Swindon or Wootton Bassett because that's where I used to live. Went to this lovely, lovely restaurant, and instead of a dessert trolley, they brought out a cheese trolley. And it had the most amazing variety of cheeses, and you could taste them before you...
Lovely.
Best thing ever.
Yeah,
Best
we
thing
used
ever.
to go to a restaurant in Hull, 1884 it was called, and they've shut down now, sadly, but they used to do the same. They used to bring a cheese trolley round, and you sort of paid for it by number of cheeses that you picked. Now, listen, the numbers of quilt kits has plummeted. There are over 90 in baskets. Again, you know, I have nothing like that quantity. We have had our final price crash. That last one came out of nowhere. You are saving £65 on this quilt. I actually thought at £199 that was going to be our selling price. I did not know we were having a price crash. £199.99 sounds right on that, but we've had 3 amazing price crashes, but there is your final price. £134.99. This is a 72-inch by 74-inch quilt, so completely doable, start to finish, on a domestic sewing machine. We both love, Katharine and I, how the quilt has been quilted. Straight lines running through the diamonds from one side to the other with a walking foot, nice and easy. Stitch length of about 3.5 to 4 for a really nice quilting length. And then if you want to, go in and fill in some of those gaps with some free motion quilting. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You made another block.
I've made another block, and I'm going to
Amazing.
just join it together to this one so we can
Cool.
see them starting to come together. That's the one I made elsewhere, and you know what? The 1/4 inches are different, aren't they?
Yes, inevitably so.
Right, let me make sure I get it the right way round.
So when you line that up, do you have like a little
I'm just-
dog ear hanging off the end?
I am just looking because it doesn't. I'm just seeing if it says.
I'm thinking that you would.
I think I'm going to have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a little like 1/4 inch overhang.
Yes. Which will be okay.
Oh, Steph recommends provolone picante. She says it puts hairs on your tongue. Oh, maybe not. Let's have one last look through the fabrics. Oh, now loads more of you have checked out your basket. In the time for that little conversation, I'm looking across at my screen. Loads of you have checked out your baskets. Well done. Right, loads of lovely. You've got the pattern fabrics from Dena. Oh, it is actually woven bamboo. I said it looked like it. It actually is. Beautiful. Really gentle. I mean, it's kind of wisteria colours, isn't it? They really are stunning. This is your binding fabric here. Now, Katharine and I both agree this is far too beautiful to cut up into a scrappy binding. So I would make pillows out of this. Potentially, you know, I'm going to be really honest, I wouldn't necessarily have the elephants. I think they'd be really fun to do like some embroidery on for something else. But I would focus on this border. You've got 2 of them. And I would use that with some of the spare fabrics just to create some extra borders that mirrored either side and then make that up into 2 pillows. And I think you could maybe even make 4 pillows that way, and that would look absolutely gorgeous to go with your quilt. It's a lot of value for $134.99. Amazing value. A few more of you have checked out your baskets. Well done. That means that even more of you are going to miss out. Nearly 100 of you now with this quilt kit in your baskets. I have got 20-something left, that's all. 20-something kits left. This is the best value quilt kit I have seen for a long time. Absolutely beautiful. How's that going together?
It's going together very nicely. I'm just going to put this one on because then that is a row done.
Yeah, wow. Amazing. You see, I looked at the quilt first of all and thought, oh, that's not a weekend quilt. Now I'm looking at it in a whole new light, having seen you demonstrate it, Katharine.
It's nice, isn't it? It's nice, it is easy.
For sure, 100%, 100%. While you sew that up, I just want to mention we've got some lovely options for backing this quilt. I'm going to pick my favourite to show you. I'm going to bring the fabrics in to show you why I've picked this particular fabric, because I think that this would work really beautifully as the backing, because it's got a little bit of lots of these colours in it, but it's a bit different. Almost like reflections off a lake.
That's nice.
Good, that one, isn't it? It's called Colourfield in Aqua. I think that would work beautifully with those fabrics. Now we've got some solid bundles as well. I'm just going to grab one of them just to show you the price, because it's a fabulous way of doing it. This is our sort of favourite shade of green, I think. It's in the same ballpark. So nice. This is 4.5 metres of our quilt weight cotton, $32.91 to back a 72 by 74 quilt. Wow. Phenomenal value. Phenomenal value. You're saving £3 on the bundle, and it's already very, very tempting. Fabulous.
Again, that go. Well, it's really, you know, which colour do you kind of want to bring out, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You can just bring out your favourite one.
Absolutely. We've got a few other colour options, or if you, as I suggested, you wanted to put those extra plain diamonds around the outside to then trim off, then you don't lose any of the special fabrics, and you'll make your quilt just a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Right, so I've got a row together of 3. I realise, when it's in the quilt, obviously, it will be that way.
Like that. So just make sure you get all of your fussy cut diamonds up the right way.
Yes, it would be really easy to put it upside down, so just check what you're doing. But I always think it's really clever when you do a quilt corner to corner.
Yes.
And then you rotate it and suddenly it's there, the pattern's there, isn't it?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for demystifying that quilt.
That's okay, pleasure.
So beautiful. Now, during the break, I want those last remaining quilts to get checked out. And then I want you to join me, please, at 12 o'clock in just 3-4 minutes, where I will be joined by Tracy Perks from Rope and Anchor with a brand new quilt launch and a brand new seasonal table runner launch. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon, Katharine. Enjoy your lemon drizzle tonight.
I will, thank you.
Save me a slice. Take care, safe journey. See you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Charm Pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ah, where has this morning gone? It's our final hour on Sewing Street, but Tracy Perks is here.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
From Rope and Anchor Designs. I'm really well, thank you. A gorgeous, gorgeous hour as well. Because, Tracy, you're bringing us a brand new quilt and a brand new table runner.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely amazing. We're going to start with the quilt that's hanging behind. This is so beautiful. So beautiful. Look at the price of the kit. It's incredible value. Wowza. So what's your quilt called?
It's called Candy Cosmos.
Oh, I love that.
Because it reminds me of sweets, these bits here.
Yes.
They remind me of sweets.
It is absolutely beautiful. It's like blossoms. It's absolutely full of spring and summer joy. I love it. Now, just come over a little bit for me, my darling. There we go. Perfect. Right, let's jump straight in with the kit to reproduce the kit that's hanging behind. Now, size-wise, how big is our quilt?
60 by 60.
Perfect. That is like my sweet spot for a lap quilt or a sofa bed quilt.
Great for a domestic machine.
Yes, completely. You get your pattern, brand new pattern from Rope and Anchor, the Candy Cosmos quilt pattern, 60 inches square, full instructions in there. All of your fabrics are Macawa linen textures. This is one of our favourites.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Love it. You've got the gorgeous kind of intense colours, but you've also got that gorgeous kind of texture of linen in there. You're getting the coral, you're getting this fabulous pop of summery green, and then you're getting your gorgeous rose pink as well, all offset with that beautiful cream linen texture background. Phenomenal value at £75.99. Remember, you are getting your pattern included there, and you've got all your fabric. Does this include your binding?
No, there will be enough in there to do the binding.
Great, perfect.
But I don't specify binding in there, but there's always a bit extra. So,
Fine, perfect, great, lovely, really, really cool. What sort of level quilter do you need to be to make the quilt?
Oh, beginner.
Beginner friendly?
Yeah, beginner friendly. It's all squares, half square triangles, my normal thing that I like to do.
Fabulous.
And yeah, if you're just starting to quilt, you can do this. And this is in 2 blocks as well. So
Great, so this is a 2-block quilt.
Yes.
Fab. We'll see that in just a moment. I've got a second kit to share with you. And this is the blue. Ooh. Now, this is absolutely stunning. This is all using solids. Wow, that price, $54.99. Again, 60-inch square quilt. This is using our cotton solids from Rose and Hubble. You've got 3 beautiful shades of blue there, and then you've got that beautiful pop of crisp white. That is going to be absolutely stunning. You also get your pattern as well for $54.99. Love working in solids. Right, let's jump straight in then and see what can you show us. Oh, we've got the pattern, sorry. We've got the pattern, beg your pardon. Right, pattern on its own. Pattern on its own. So this is a physical pattern. It's been absolutely flying out. £12. And you get full instructions for making the quilt, a full layout, how to make your blocks, how to sew them together. You've got your swatch placement there as well, so you can keep your fabrics in order. That's the physical pattern. And then we've also got... Oh, we don't do digital.
No, we don't
digital.
do digital.
Okay.
I can't even say digital.
Okay, no problem. Right. Okay, let's... Oh, you're going to hang on to that? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go straight into it then.
Okay, brilliant. So this is made with 2 blocks, and I've got both the blocks here. So this is the first one. Let me get organised. And then this is the second block. So it's really easy to do and not very overwhelming, because you can make your blocks up as you go along, and you can pick this up and put it down.
Okay.
So, but yeah, just the 2 blocks repeated.
So I know quite a lot of your quilts are row by row.
Yes.
This is a block by block quilt.
Yes. So if I can show in the pattern the difference from the row by row.
Yep.
So we've got the layout here, and you can see here that we've got the 2 different blocks, and everything's the same as normal. So if you've made some of my patterns before, the layout's very similar. We've got how to make the half square triangle here. And on this, I've gone up, instead of cutting 3/8 of an inch or 7/8 of an inch, I've gone up to, rounded it up to the half or the full inch to cut, because who wants to be cutting 7/8 or 3/8 of an inch when you can just round up for just a slither of a bit of fabric. So, and then this is where it's a little bit different to some of my patterns, is we've got the blocks here. So I'll show you how to make this block, and then the second block here, and then I'll show you how to sew those blocks together. So it's really simple.
Really laid out very well. If, excuse me, if you're a complete beginner, what an easy pattern to follow.
Yeah, thank you. And then you've got your colour your own section here. So if you do get the blue, then you can colour in your own little, you know, this diagram in the blue, so you can see that and follow this diagram instead of going, oh, is blue green and is light green pink and whatever. Yeah. And then, like Stuart said, you've got your stick your own fabric bits here, and write a little note on where you got that fabric from.
Yeah, keep track.
Yeah, and then there's the other bit here on what threads you've used, what wadding, you know, when you come to quilt it. So, yeah, so
fabulous.
We will do block 1. I'll need this because I can't remember.
Oh, okay, no worries. So block 1, is that the star block?
Yes.
Cool.
It is, yeah. So, but first, I need to make up 2 half square triangles. So,
oh, now Christine's messaging. She says, oh no, I'm hand sewing and I've stabbed my finger. I've now got blood on the fabric. Any tips to remove the blood? I do. Do you have any tips to remove blood from fabric?
Well, I've never tried it, but yeah, so no, you go, because I'm not sure if mine's...
Well, cold water, for a start. The minute you put hot water near your fabric, it'll set and you won't get it out. So soaking in cold water, and I think some people use ammonia. The best tip I've ever heard is to get a piece of white cotton fabric and essentially chew it so that it's absolutely full of your own saliva.
That's what I'd heard.
And then use that cotton, saturated cotton fabric to remove the blood from, yeah, it's an old quilting tip, because when you're hand quilting, little spots of blood are quite common. So, yeah, that's, or even some people even use like a bit of thread and they'll chew that, and then that's moistened with spit and they'll remove it with that.
And it disappears?
That's yeah.
Wow, that's good.
That's the theory.
Very good.
I try not to bleed on my fabrics.
No, I know. Right,
Hope that helps.
I'm going to make the half square triangle, and I've already pre-cut these. So I've got my friction pen here. And I'm going to, you can see that I've made a mark down here diagonally. And just be careful with this linen texture, because with this cream one, you can tell the difference between the back and the front. But I did sew some the wrong way around the other day. So I'm going to get my, I don't know what that's called. It's like a watermelon, isn't it, colour?
Yeah, or coral.
Yeah. And place that face to face. So we've got a line here, and then I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch away from this line, turn it around, and sew 1/4 inch away from the other line. I'll show you once I've done those.
Okay, great. Do you want the 1/4 inch stitch?
Oh, I did. I thought I got it on that.
No, it's
I haven't, have I?
06.
So
I was saying 06. It's actually 46, I think, on the Brother FS.
I think it's
this one here.
Oh. Thanks, Stuart.
Let me just check.
There we go, yeah, 5.5.
46, there we go.
Thank you. I thought I'd programmed it.
Alison Marion has messaged, and also Steph's message to say, yes, your saliva, your spit, that works, yep. Well, apparently it is your saliva removes your blood. It's not universal. There's no nice way.
Can't get anybody to just go and lick the quilt.
There's no nice way of putting it, I'm afraid. But yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wasn't really looking where I was going then on this. Let's hope it's straight. I was laughing too much. Right, so can you see here? I've sewn, I should have used, no, that's no good. I've sewn 1/4 inch away from that line on both sides. And then what I'm going to do is just cut down the middle. Oops. I think I need a new blade. Great. Now's not the time. I'd only changed it the other day. I've done a lot of quilting. And then we have our half square triangles here, which we need to trim up. And I need to get the iron.
Do you press towards the dark or the light?
I press towards the dark, so I will go like
Finger
that.
press that for you.
Shall we just do that? Because I didn't get the iron out.
Yeah, I've got hot nails.
You've got hot hands, have you?
Well, just the nails.
Oh.
So they're very good for pressing.
Very good.
I finger press almost everything. I don't use my iron very much.
Don't you?
No.
I don't use my iron much either.
Pretty flat.
Okay, so we are trimming these to 3.5 inches. And I've got these little markers on here. These are left from the last time I used it.
Oh, okay.
So you can use any marker, any little sticky washi tape. So let me just tell you a little bit about this ruler.
Oh, just to update you, Christine's message back. She says, thank you. I chewed a bit of calico and used that. The blood has gone. Hurrah!
Excellent.
It works.
Brilliant.
This is the Stripology Squared Mini, by the way. We'll put the graphics in screen. These are so useful.
I love this.
Great.
I use it all the time. Absolutely use it all the time. So you can square up to 6.5 inches on this with this ruler. With the larger Stripology, you can go up to, I think, 12.5, but I'll show you that later on.
Can you also cut things like strips, squares, diamonds, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Stripology?
Not so much diamonds, because you don't have enough width. You'd need the bigger one. You can do that on there with a 60-degree line. I don't think this has got a 60-degree.
But strips, squares,
yeah, you can use
rectangles, that kind of-
strips. Yeah, so if you're using a lot of fat quarters, then this is perfect for that. So, but if you're using larger, full width of
yardage,
fabric,
yeah.
I'd get the Stripology extra large.
I do a lot of scrap quilting. This would be perfect.
Absolutely. So
Perfect.
now you can see here, I've put some markers here, and I don't know if you can see, but we've got these squares
white line,
in
yeah.
the middle. So we're going to trim to 3.5 inches. And, okay, so make sure that I always make sure that my half square triangles are a little larger. So you've got loads of wiggle room, and I want to cut up here. I'm not starting at 0 because it's a half-inch one, but if it was a full, say a 3-inch, I would start at 0 and trim at 3. So you'd have to look at the ruler in more detail. But so I'm just going to trim up here. Oh, what I should have said was we've got a diagonal line across here, and I've marked that up with the diagonal line of the half square triangle.
Yes.
So I'll do this again. So we're just going to take
So that's a
those
diagonal
off.
line on the Stripology, because you might be able to see as well, there's a diagonal line on the mat, but Tracy's
I'm not following
using
the
that.
mat.
Not
No,
using the mat.
I'm not following the mat. So now you need to line up 3 lines. Your line going the other way.
Diagonal, yeah.
Diagonal, thank you. The line across the bottom where it says 3.5, and the line across the top. And make sure that they're all in place. And it will get quicker if you've not used this before. Oh, and move your hand across the ruler, but keep them out of the way.
It's sort of a put on a podcast or an audio book and do your trimming in a little bit of a session.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, those points are
That's perfect.
spot on perfect.
That is perfect.
And it's very rare that you get something that's not... I use this for so many of my patterns. So I'll just do it again. So I'm just lining up the diagonal there, making sure that the 3.5 inches is covered all the way around the fabric. And when you're using your rotary cutter, don't be scared. You put it in at the side here, put it in at an angle, and then straighten it up, and then go up the groove there.
I do think the Stripology is goof-proof. I love that phrase.
Yeah.
You know, goof-proof. Yeah? I don't like idiot-proof. I don't like that saying, but I love goof-proof.
Oh, I think I like goof-proof.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I love those things that mean, like, it's kind of a level playing field, because I couldn't sew a half-square triangle like your trimmed half-square triangle. Do you know what I mean? From scratch. Without trimming.
No, I can't do that.
I defy anyone, however many decades of experience you've had, for it to be as perfect. So it kind of makes this all the same, which is good.
It does, yeah. And then if you've got the perfect points here, it will really help you when you're putting everything together.
Totally.
Definitely. So do take that time to make sure that you've got your points right.
Agreed.
Yeah? Okay.
So we've got our half square triangles made, trimmed down.
So we're going to get the pattern now. So we'll use this as the pattern. And I'm just going to lay these out.
Fab.
Because these are row by row.
Yeah.
Like I would have in my other patterns. So there is a row by row. Make sure we get... Let's see if I can get everything in here.
We don't want that, do we? It's another
we don't. Thank you. See, I'm glad that somebody's...
Well,
you've been up longer than me. Oh, pay attention,
but
Mrs.
I
Perks.
actually woke up half an hour before my alarm went off this morning, which is ridiculous.
Oh, no.
No, it's fine. I woke up and I was wide awake because I went to bed really early last night.
Right, that's okay.
So... Oh no, the worst is when you go to bed early and then you wake up at midnight thinking you've had a full night's sleep and you're wide awake then.
We're moored at Shouty Dog Bridge and the dogs were awake. So there's like a...
Shouty Dog Bridge?
We call it Shouty Dog. So on the boats, we moor at different places. Yeah. And we name the places. So we could be Beat Beat Bridge. So you know where the... go over the canal and the bridges are sometimes like that. Everybody beeps their horn. So that's Beat Beat Bridge.
Yep.
This one's Shouty Dog Bridge.
Okay.
And the dogs were shouting all evening throughout the night, so we didn't sleep well. Then I heard my neighbour shout. She's very loud at the dogs. I thought, well, that's not going to do much good. I do need to make another set of half square triangles up, but we've got enough to get us going for now. So you can see here, I've got one more row to add in. But what I'm going to do now is start sewing these rows together.
Oh.
Yeah? So I will crack on and do that.
Yep.
But where you've got here, you've got 2 half square triangles that are sort of going that way.
Yeah.
I always like to start sewing at this edge here.
The
down.
non-complicated end.
That's it, yeah. So then I can have a little bit of a wiggle room where the diagonals meet.
Do your seams nest there at the end?
Well,
Are
they
going in
should,
opposite
Stuart.
directions?
Well, no, they don't. Oh, yeah, these do actually because they're dark,
Yeah.
but
Cool.
not always.
No.
And you know that it's going to go wrong today.
Oh, don't say that. It won't.
I'm going to try and have perfect
I
points.
believe in you.
Oh, thanks.
So 1/4 inch seam allowance throughout.
Sorry, yes. Right. Ta-da!
Oh, lovely.
Oh, look, I know what I'm doing.
That's the point.
Amazing.
That's the point.
Yeah. I didn't.
Now, will you be at Festival of Quilts this year?
I
Lucy?
will. I'm going with my sister and my sister-in-law.
Lovely.
We haven't decided which day we're going yet.
Okay.
So, yes, very excited. But before that, I'm going to Chicago next week to
Are you?
H&H Americas, which is a trade show.
Yes. Very nice. As visitors or exhibiting?
As visitors, I'm
Yep.
trying to tout my wares.
Got you. Fair enough.
Yeah. And yes, yeah, we're flying out Monday and flying back in
Gorgeous.
Friday.
We'll have fun.
Thank
Have fun.
you. I can't wait. So my sister-in-law Donna's coming with me. She should be watching now with my mother-in-law Betty. So hello Betty, hello Donna. Yes, so we're going, and just to network and
Yeah, great.
I love a bit of networking.
Well, I know the team from... Trisha's messaging. She says, hello from Denver, Colorado, just as we were talking about the US. Hi there, how are you?
Hi Trisha.
Yeah, I know the team from Lewis and Irene are going to be at H&H.
Fantastic.
And they'll have my new Christmas range. So I've got 2 new fabric ranges coming out soon, which I'm excited about.
Oh, I'll go and have a look.
Yes.
Should I go and get a picture?
Yeah, do it.
Tag you
yeah.
in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they'll be there with the Christmas range, which is called All Is Bright.
Oh, lovely.
Right.
Nice. Oh, I'll go and have a look. Apparently it's I've never been before, so
Amazing.
yes.
It's a great time, I'm sure. I'm going to Cockermouth.
Are you?
Yes, you're going to Chicago,
Yeah.
and I'm going to Cockermouth.
Oh.
Teaching a retreat.
Are you?
Yeah. it
What's the
starts
theme?
tomorrow. It is a quilt from my book, Quilts from the Country,
Yeah.
and it's called Bloom Where You Planted. And so we're going to be making a quilt. And I've taught there before, and the ladies that come like to burn the midnight oil.
Do they?
Literally. So last time, there were students still in the sewing room sewing at midnight.
Oh no.
Yes. I turned into a pumpkin at the strike of midnight, so I was long gone by then.
Mine's
But-
about 9:30.
Yes, me too, really.
Oh wow. Oh brilliant.
Yeah.
So
That'll be fun. Sandra from Santangle is actually coming on the retreat. So that'll
is
be
she?
fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
We're going to have a
Lovely.
fun 3 days of sewing.
That's great. Well, I've got a 1-day retreat, which a lot of my Facebook group are coming on. So, we've only got 2 places left. Somebody bought one this morning. That's why I sat here. So,
Fabulous.
yeah, I'm very excited about that. And we're doing summer layers and a plique escape.
Ooh, sounds
Yes.
like fun.
Yes.
I like the sound of an applique escape.
I do come up with some funny names.
Do you know, I'm the king of obvious names. So if it's a tumbler quilt, I'll call it Tumbler.
I normally get my husband to name some of the quilts. Go, what does this look like?
Oh, really? And does he
Yeah.
come up with innovative names?
Well,
or-
yes, and some inappropriate. That's
Okay.
yeah. But he does actually, yes, come up with some really good ones.
So you sew the rows together. Do you press before you join the rows, or do you?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do. What I'll do is I'll press them. I think I might have knocked one on the floor. No.
It's just here.
Oh, I did. Thank you.
There we go.
I'll press them and then I'll nest them. But I think we need to get an iron, don't we? There's not one under here, is there?
Could we have an iron, please? Like an Aliso? On split pay, you say?
Oh, really?
There we go, the Aliso. Let me go and grab the iron for you, my love.
Thank you.
Oh, back to my stations, back to my stations.
Have I dropped another one?
No, you didn't lay out the last patch.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know if you've got it over there. It's a plain square, isn't it? Is it? Or a half square triangle?
that one.
There we go.
How are we doing for time?
Yeah,
Shall I?
fine. Thanks, Levi.
Thank you.
Now, the Aliso is on 5-way split pay. I'm just going to disappear for a moment. There we go. And let's grab you an ironing surface.
Thank you.
So, the Aliso, oh my goodness me, this is the Tula Pink Aliso iron. Love it. Love it. Such a beautiful iron. There we go.
Thank
Move
you.
this down here. It's really coming together, isn't it? And I love the crispness of using either solids or those linen textures. It really gives a lot of definition and pop, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And these, I used some colour cubes, a colour palette thing that I've got to help me get the colours right, because I don't think I would have actually put all these colours together. And I think they just work beautifully.
They are lovely.
Yeah.
For me, it reminds me of camellias.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, that kind of coral and softer pink and those lovely greens. It makes me think of camellias.
We do need to make some more greens up, but shall we just do these for a start off? And
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. If I move out the way so you can iron.
So what? I mean, I don't iron much on the boat because we don't have lots of power. But when I decide to do it properly, so let's just move these out of the way. Move these up here. Okay, so we've got our top row, and what we want to do is press all the same way, all in one direction.
Got you.
Okay, because what we're going to do is we're going to nest these together. And those of you that have been quilting for a while, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you're new to this, so you can see here that they're all facing that way. Doesn't matter which way you start. So I'm just going to put that over there.
So those are all going to the left.
Yes. And this is where I get a little bit, so I need to, so they're going that way, so then I turn that over and I need to press them that way.
Yep.
But because I'm right-handed, I'm going to turn it upside down.
And press, yes.
And press that way, because it would go wrong.
So on the boat, turn the strip.
Thank you.
That's it. On the boat, what did you tend to more finger press or?
Yeah, I try to get away with that, because what I have to do is I have to go onto the other boat and...
The ironing boat.
Oh, well, I run an extension lead from the main boat to the little boat.
Yeah.
And then I have to go in, put the engine on, put the revs up, generate enough electricity. It's a pain. It drives me crazy.
Sure.
Well, especially when you want to do something quick.
But having said that, it also sounds rather romantic and wonderful living on a boat.
It is. It is.
Have you done it for a long time?
Yeah, nearly 16 years now.
Serious?
Yeah,
Wow.
I know.
So you definitely know what you're doing living on a boat. You've sussed it out. And
I suppose we're getting there, yeah.
Best and worst things about living on a boat. Best things first.
Oh, like last night, sat out
Yeah.
sat out on the back deck. It was beautiful. The birds were, you know, the swallows were dipping and diving and searching for food. That's lovely. The worst, the winters are lovely and warm on the boat, really nice and warm. In fact, it's too warm. We're at that funny season at the minute where we don't need the fire on, and then it does get a bit chilly in the morning when you get up. But it's 2 dogs, which I absolutely love my dogs, and muddy paw prints in the rain. That's the worst
So
bit.
sort of lack of space and kind of mess.
Yeah, it's just the way the dogs run in before we've cleaned their feet.
Do you have to live sort of like monastically almost with very few possessions?
Well, I try to. However, if there's an available space, I will fill it.
That's more like it. Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Underneath the bed is full of quilts.
Okay, good.
Full of just quilts and quilts and quilts. And that's why we've got the little boat now. So, yes.
Makes sense.
With all my sewing stuff in, and that is tidier than our boat that we live in.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We can always retreat there, can't you?
Absolutely, I do, yeah.
So, the rows are pressed in opposition.
Yep. So, right, so we're going to take this top row and the second row down.
Yep.
So make sure they're facing the same way. Now, I'm just going to take these 2 out of the way because I want you to see. I've got lots of hanging over thread here, but I don't know if you can see there.
Yes. Yes.
That we've got row going, the seams go in one way and the seams go in another. And when we sew these together, it means that they will nest up beautifully. And that's what nesting's called.
Got you, yes.
Yes. So that's what I'm going to do now on this one. Make sure I've got everything the right way. Turn it over.
Yes, I think you're right to double check. I do it every time, and I still sometimes manage to sew the roll the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we have got a second project from Tracy, which I will introduce in just a moment.
Yeah, I'll just do this so you can just see the first bit, and then we can...
And you get your springtime Elegance table runner primed and ready. Oh, I spy Liberty, Wiltshire Shadow. Oh, very nice. Yummy.
I love a bit of Liberty.
Oh, gosh, me too.
So here we are. That's let's just see if they all match. Oh yeah, look.
Yes.
Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Fantastic.
And even these little bits here, because we took the time to cut them, you know, make sure that the half square triangles are trimmed correctly.
Yes.
So if you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, it should all match up. And I wasn't concentrating too much.
Great. That sounds like a result to me.
There we
Brilliant.
go.
Thank you. So that is the Candy Cosmos quilt. That's hanging behind me. 2 different colourways. There's a blue, there's the pink and green. But let's have a look at the Springtime Elegance table runner. Now, we're going to put the graphics up for the kit. Now, let me show you. This is a variation on Tracy's colours because this is done in linen texture. But what we've got here is some beautiful Liberty. It's Wiltshire Shadow. I'm a fan. We've got that darkest green, we've got that mid-tone, we've got that really fresh spring green. We've also got the beautiful cream Wiltshire Shadow texture, and then we have got this dark green solid. Now, is that for the backing?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So we've got all our fabrics for the top, and then we've got our backing fabric as well. So just add your own wadding. You also get your pattern to create the table runner. It's really lovely, great design. Great design.
Thank you.
So that's the green kit. And then we've also got a red and pink version. This is a bit of me. You've got your white on white, you've got a red solid for your backing, and then you've got these beautiful sort of repro style kind of country prints to do your piecing with. Absolutely lovely. Oh, and you're demoing in this colourway.
Yes,
Smashing.
I am, yeah.
So you get all of your fabric for the top and the backing. You also get your pattern for $34.99. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, physical pattern only, and it is £10. Details are on screen. Physical only. And these are seasonal, aren't they? You're doing one each season.
Every other month,
Every
yeah.
other month? Oh, ace.
Yes, so there's 6 for this year.
Great.
That we've got, and they're all the same size.
Great.
So they're all 12 by 24 inches. And I just wanted to do something that was a bit smaller and affordable for people, so not big kits to buy.
Sure, absolutely.
And also, if they didn't want to buy the kit, then people can use their scraps up.
Yes, very much. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a good scrappy project.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, that is that. So no digital on that. What can you show us?
Right, so I've, well, first off, we're going to cut out with the extra large stripology because I need to make some white squares. And
now,
you know,
extra large stripology, we have got split pays on. We shouldn't do, but we have.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well, a great time to buy it. If you've been waiting for the Stripology XL to be on split pay, today is the day. Is it 2 split pays, Ben? 3.
Oh.
Fantastic.
So what does that make?
So that makes 23.33.
Oh, that's good.
I know.
That's good. You know, I would. I mean, you've got the extra large, or you've got the large one. I would always go for the extra large one.
Why?
Because it just gives you that bit of this. This goes to 21 inches that you can cut across, and just gives you that. It's not that much more money, and it gives you more flexibility.
More options.
And especially if you're going to be using. I've got a triangle pattern coming out some point, but using this 60-degree line as well. Which I'll show you another time. But yeah, so you've got that on here as well.
Fab.
Yeah. So let's cut out. I mean, you know, those of you that have been following me and in my Facebook group, you'll know that I absolutely love the stripology. And actually somebody messaged me today going, they got one of the kits in the basket already this morning.
Great.
And it was because of me showing it on Sewing Street that they've bought a few of the stripology rulers. So what we do is we get our fabric, and this is the width of the fabric. And always make sure that the selvage edge is at the top here. It's white, so you can, you know, it's not that easy to see. And then it's folded, the fold is folded up to the selvage edge. And what I'm not going to do is follow the lines on the ruler. We follow the lines on the stripology ruler. And I'm going to cut out 2 rows, get it in the right position. 2 rows of 2-inch squares.
So you're lining up a line on the ruler with the fold?
I am, yes. So because it's a white fabric, I'm lining up this black line here. If it was a black fabric, I would shift that up and use that white line there.
That makes sense.
So just so I can see a lot easier. Now this one here is what you take that jaggedy edge off there. So I'll just move it across. Sorry, I don't want to. I'm just going to go in.
Oh, Sarah's having a happy day. She says, my XL stripology arrived yesterday. Very happy to get it on split pay. And it's nice, isn't it? Well, it's a lovely option if it works for you. And it means that maybe making those, you know, those higher price point items, making it easy to get, because the stripology is so time saving.
Oh, absolutely. It was a game changer for me. My rotary cutter's not working too well. It was an absolute game changer for me to get this, especially because, you know, I love to use squares in my patterns. So Right, so we've got our, normally I'd do loads of rows, but I don't need to cut lots of fabric. I'm not going to waste any. So let me just bring it down a bit. Get these so they're lined up. I should have pressed those, but it'll be fine. Make sure they're lined up there. And again, I'm going to line up with this black line here. One across the middle and the top, so that's all good. And then I'm going to cut 2 inches. I'll put some pressure on. It's because this desk is higher. So I'm going 2, 4, 6, 8.
This is the game changer, isn't it? When you can cut like this. This is the game changer, because ordinarily, if you're using a ruler, you're having to move the ruler every single cut, line it up again with your raw edge, measure again. This is boom, 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 and you're done.
That's my waist that I've got.
Fab.
No waist. There we go. Accurate pieces, all cut to 2 inches. So yeah, it one of my favourites.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's that.
Would you like me to get rid of that for you?
Yes, please. Thank you. Don't want to bend it. Always hold it with 2 hands like Stuart has there, because it does wobble a little bit.
Did you see that lovely demo? That was because I actually read on the side of the stripology, and it says lift with 2 hands.
It does actually, yeah.
Be good, Stuart, on this occasion.
Okay, so I've made a few strips up. I haven't pressed them, because I was going to show you the nesting, but we don't need to do that again. So, but yeah. So this is what it looks like in this. Have I got that upside down? No, that's right. So these are the fabrics. These are mainly Andover, I think, aren't they, these fabrics?
I think this one goes around, doesn't it? There we go.
I was thinking that doesn't look right.
It's all right. Let's just see a different pattern there.
That's right, yeah, we've got a different, yeah.
There we go.
So this is the start of it. So there's only 8 rows to this.
Okay.
And they are repeated.
Lovely.
So it comes together quite quickly. You might go, oh, they're 2-inch squares, but yeah, I put this together in just a couple of hours.
Oh yeah, I love dainty piecing.
Yeah. So yeah, so I was going to just show you another half square triangle to make, but using a different ruler and not using the mini. So I'll just make this unit up as I did before, and then I'll show you a different way of trimming it.
So just so we can be ready, what ruler are you using to trim? Are you going to use the 6.5-inch square?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, Ben. We've got the 6.5-inch square ruler, haven't we? We do indeed. Yeah. That is probably my favourite small ruler.
Is it?
I love it. I love it. Yeah, because I do a lot of scrap quilting and a lot of fat quarter quilting. So smaller fabric, smaller rulers. Brilliant. $14.99 as well. It would be rude not to, I think is the phrase. It's such a great price and it's such a useful ruler. It really is.
Do you know what? I love this little sewing machine.
FS250 brother.
Yeah.
Everyone loves it, Tracy.
It's great.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, really so easy to use.
Yeah, it's one you can literally hop on.
Yeah.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
They are good, brother. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I've got a brother, yeah.
Have you?
I've got a couple, yeah. Right, so now let's just press these. Let's use your hot fingernails.
Yes, of course, no
please.
problem.
So if you've not got the mini stripology, then you can use this, or any ruler that's got this 45-degree angle here. So, do you know what? I was trimming up the other day, and I was trimming up on an old mat, and I was like, the ruler was wobbling, and I was really struggling, and I knew I got a new blade in. So I thought, do you know what, go and get your proper mat, your new one. And honestly, it made such a difference. So even if you've,
Yeah. It's true. And we tend to use the same bit of the mat,
Yeah.
which gets worn and pitted.
Yeah. And it wasn't cutting properly. And I was like, what is wrong? It's a new rotary blade.
Yeah,
So it was the mat.
yeah.
So, right, what I've done here, and again, there's lots of wiggle space in here because I do make them a little bit larger. So we've got our 45-degree line here in line with the fabric. And then this time we're just going to go away from ourselves, up and across. And turn it around. And I always do this method for these smaller ones. And this time we're lining up the diagonal, the 2-inch down the side, the 2-inch across the bottom, and do exactly the same again. There we go. All sorted. Nice and neat. Just do another one very quickly because we need that for the next bit. I always tend to go away from myself because I don't want to cut myself.
Now, Tracy's asked a good question. She says, what would happen if you press the seams open? Could you press the seams open?
Yeah, you absolutely could. And especially if you're going for really flat, you want your pieces to be really flat. Yeah, I'm just too lazy to do that, I'll be honest.
Oh, it's just
It's a personal preference. But yes, if you've got a lot of bulk, say you've got 4 half square triangles going in together, which I do on a lot of my patterns, you could press them open.
Definitely. Well, I think if I was doing something like a pinwheel,
Yeah.
I'd definitely press at least some of the seams open.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, Tracy, I think, we often say it, but we don't always live by this. You know, there are different methods, and they're not just for different people, they're for different applications. So nothing wrong with pressing all of your seams open if you want to. All I would say about if you press seams open, you can see the thread that you've pieced with.
Oh, yes.
More than if you press to one side.
Yeah.
So if you're sewing white to white and you've used white thread, press your seams open, not an issue. If you were sewing a blue and white quilt together and you were using blue thread for all your piecing, if you sew 2 cream together or white together and press that open, you could potentially see the thread or the shadow of the thread through. So just watch that.
Yeah. I think you need to be mindful then on what thread you're going to use. So something like a light grey. I know a lot of quilters use a light grey.
Yeah, nothing too contrasting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I know lots of quilters that press all their seams open, always have, never have to worry about nesting things. And I think, yeah, it's a good option.
Yeah, definitely. It's whatever you feel comfortable with.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, right. So let's get the pattern, see where we're at.
Yeah, sure.
So the next bit is a bit of chain piecing. So this pattern's laid out slightly different. There's only 4 pages to it, but you've got your diagram here of your the table runner with all your fabric requirements. You've got little tick boxes here. So once you've cut everything out, just tick them off so you know where you've got up to. And then again, these are laid out in a row by row with a little guide underneath each one that tells you what you need for each row. So for row number 4, I know how many whites I need and how many of the, well, I need to just check it, don't I? It's this sort of
Coral
dark pink,
yeah.
yeah. So, but we'll get that out, yeah. So, I think what I'll do, we've got, need a couple of those. A couple I prepared earlier.
So we're doing row 4.
We're doing row 4, so I need
Fab.
4 of these light half square triangles.
Yeah.
2 of those, and then, yeah, the white.
10 of the white.
10 of the white.
Yeah, this is really good, isn't it? Having these little amounts underneath each row. It's almost like a recipe. You can get those together and know that you've everything to sew your row.
Yeah. That's how my sister does it. She gets every row together and she puts them with a little sewing clip with the number on. And Yeah, so she knows exactly, whereas I'm a bit more slapdash.
Ah, just last couple of minutes. Where does the time go?
So I'm just going to do some chain piecing now.
Mm-hmm.
So getting my 2-inch squares, putting them face to face using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, as I do with everything.
Ah.
And just doing a bit of chain stitching, piecing.
Wadding-wise, what do you use for your table runners?
Well, that one has got, it's a cotton, 100% cotton in it.
Cool.
Yeah. And I've started using that. I do like that. It's a particular brand that I like. Yeah, I've been using the 100% wool. Because I did use 80/20, which is great as well.
Mm-hmm.
I just won't put anything hot on there.
Sure.
I'll put some mats underneath
They're
it. But
decorative.
they're decorative, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My mum used to have towels that were like that. They got embroidery on. They were decorative. You didn't dry your hands on them.
Yeah, don't touch them. They look nice. So this is a little bit of chain piecing that I've done. Just speeds up the process.
Yeah.
And you can use your scissors or you can use your, I don't know where the thing is. I've been using it all morning. I prefer to use my scissors, to be honest. But there is a little cutter there on the side of your machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and then I'm just going to stitch all these together.
Okay. Last couple of minutes. Do remember to check out your baskets at home. Pattern's very popular. This is Springtime Elegance. There's a new one coming out every 2 months. So over the year, you'll make 6 different designs.
The next one is Delightful Diamonds.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
I'm thinking as well, at this size, I mean, it depends on the size of your table, but that wouldn't be outrageous to have that as your placemat, because then you've got room for your dinner plate, knife and fork, but then you've also got room for a side plate or your drink or something like your napkin. You know, that would be really nice. You could make a set of those for each season.
Yeah, and I've done some different, went on a little photo shoot and I've done some on like a dressing table.
Lovely.
Got a lovely pink one for the summer. So that was on a dressing table, on, you know, people's hall tables.
Yeah, really nice. Now, Tracy, we have literally run out of time. So just to finish off, what do we do to finish this?
We just carry on sewing. We do the row by rows and then we stitch these rows together as I showed you in the other one.
And have the seams going each way?
Yeah, nest the seams. It's
Great.
just as simple. They're all simple. They all follow the same format.
Perfect.
So, yes.
Brill.
Great. Can't believe we've run out of time.
Very achievable. I know. Where does the time go to? Right, we need to have a look at tomorrow's menu and see what's coming up. First thing in the... Sorry? Oh, John's back in tomorrow. Hurrah, wonderful. 8 a.m, we've got a new doll, Tilly Tippy Toes with Cheryl Church, I say. At 9 a.m, it's VE Day 80th anniversary with Delphine Brooks. At 10 o'clock, Paper Pieced Quilt Blocks book by Lisa Taylor with Susie Duncan. At 11 o'clock, it's the Ada Messenger Bag in tartan and tweed with Delphine Brooks. And then at 12 o'clock, it's the Jane Sassaman Night Garden 9-patch quilt kit with Susie Duncan. Absolutely fab. Thanks for spending your morning with us here at Sewing Street. I will see you at the end of the month. Take care. Goodbye.
Bye.
Take care.